Hello, are you ready? My name is Piret, and today you just click to watch Open Forum Binge. So it's up to you if you're gonna binge watch it or you can watch it later and watch it only by the topic that you're interested in. You can find the topics in description. And if you're watching live, there's a time then when specific topics are on. If you're watching a replay, then you get to see what timeline is the topic. And then you can scroll it over to that timeline and find the topic that you like on that moment. So today's topics we have planned emotional intelligence, your purpose, financial management, time management. And then after that, we're going to have 20-minute yoga and movement session. And after that, we have adaptability with the zone of tolerance. Then followed with personality profiling and mental fitness and empowering women is the last topic in our today's binge. So it all depends what topic you're interested in, and this is a different type of new project. Uh, you're gonna find out all kinds of interesting things to think about, to learn about, and why is all this important and why am I doing it? My goal is to give you the knowledge to the topics that will better your life, something that people just need to know. There's the more you know, everybody thinks and knows that, but they don't apply it in their life. The more you know, the better you can make your everyday life. So that's why it's important to pay attention and listen and learn more all the time. So hopefully gonna find a lot of interesting topics. I'm already interested and excited to talk with all the ladies who are prepared to talk with us today. And some of them I have met before, some of them I'm just meeting today, and at the same time you meeting them will be all interesting and definitely going to benefit from this, especially to better your life. And we have to learn instead of just taking everything that's programmed for us. We have to be able to look through it and find out what is actually applies to me and what doesn't. Because a lot of people, what happens, they take whatever they hear, they program it in mind, but they never think it through. And it just becomes their belief without them even thinking if it's true or not. They believe mostly authorities without even questioning it. And that is a problem because this way you're easily manipulated and you are not in control. Then the other person is in control of you. So you don't want that to happen. You want to have enough knowledge and enough skill to be able to analyze what you heard or what you're seeing and what the people telling you. Even everyday conversations, they can still affect the way you're thinking and the decisions you're making. So one thing that I want to talk to you about is also attention span, which everybody not everybody. Everybody uses a sentence that everybody knows, but still there's a lot of people who don't know that people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. So it is important to acknowledge and understand what is your attention span. For example, oh, and first, before I go to that topic, I'm going to explain you what is attention span. Attention span is how long you can focus in one task, to pay attention, to be aware of what you're doing and engage. So either you're watching a YouTube video like this right now, or you're reading a book, you're watching a show on TV, or you're having a conversation. Everybody has a certain attention span where you pay focus in the beginning and then you start thinking about something else. Your focus goes away. A lot of people, and this is an interesting thing to point out as well and pay attention, are you actually listening? Are you listening to the other person? Or are you listening to the thoughts in your head? It's a big difference. A lot of people don't understand that this is a big difference. Most people don't even listen to another person. They just listening the thoughts that they are thinking. And this way we misinterpret what the other person is saying because we are not listening to the other person. We're listening to thoughts in our mind. We're already preparing the response or we're getting defensive. So that's why it's important to get your attention span correct and focused on listening or paying attention. And after that, you go and analyze it and make a decision. So the way to know how long is your attention span, for easier way to do it is take some kind of video. The easiest way to do it is right on YouTube, or you can even do it in this show. You're taking a video, you look at the timeline, you start the video, and you watch. And whenever you feel that you acknowledge, you start to think about something else, or your attention goes away, you're starting to look something else to do, then stop, acknowledge that this is the moment. This is your attention span. Stop the video and look how many minutes did you watch. And that time is your attention span. It can be anywhere from 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. If your attention span is really long, it can be all the way through. But everybody's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. So it's important to acknowledge and know what is your attention span. Acknowledge it, and then you can refocus and start focusing again. So you look at the timeline and you're going to see, okay, my attention span was 6 minutes. This is actually my own attention span. It seems really short, but that's how it is. So my short attention span is 6 minutes, my personal, and my long one is 20 minutes. So after I reach my short attention span, 6 minutes, I notice either I'm starting to think about something else or I'm starting to look for something else to do. I'm looking for checking on my phone, checking on messages, looking for some word to look up and finding more information about something else. I know that my attention span is 6 minutes. So in that moment, I know what's happening is not that I'm distracted, not that I'm not interested in the topics. It just means that I reached my attention span. And next thing, what I have to do is refocus. So I acknowledge that I reached my attention span. It happens. It happens to everybody. Next thing, what you're going to do is you refocus. You refocus yourself on paying attention again. Most important part is to acknowledge that this is your attention span. And the way you refocus, you start paying attention again. You start thinking about and focusing, trying to listen or pay attention on the topic that you were on in that moment. So, for a lot of people struggling with having any attention, getting to have any attention at all for any kind of topic, in this situation, you would have to learn how to just stay to focus in the beginning. You get all the distractions away, which sometimes is hard. When it's hard, then you just try to focus more on avoiding all the outside distractions in a place. For example, when you do it all the day anyways, when you're in a traffic. When you're in a traffic, you try to pay attention on your driving. So the same way when you're reading or you're watching or you're learning something, you try to pay attention. When it's something that you're interested in, it's easier. If it's something that you're not so interested in, but you still have to learn, for example, in a school or in some workshops, you knowingly put your attention in the beginning. And then you're really good in the beginning. Everything's going good. You're paying attention, you're listening. And then maybe the speaker talks about something that's not interesting to you. That's when your mind is starting to wander away. It starts to think of something else. And there's nothing wrong with it, just the way our mind works. So you have to acknowledge it. You catch yourself thinking about something else, you acknowledge it. You tell yourself, I reached my attention span. This is what's going on. And next moment, you acknowledge it. It takes a few seconds acknowledging it as well. It takes training to start learning to acknowledge it. So you acknowledge that you're in a point of your attention span. You stop and you start thinking and following the topic again. And you follow. And what's going to happen again? With the next 6 minutes or whatever your attention span is, you reach it again. It's not going to be that after you reach it first time and you focus again, then it stays all the way to the end. Sometimes it does, but not always. So if it doesn't, and you reach your attention span again, then you can acknowledge it and refocus again. So, and sometimes 2 times in the beginning is okay, and then you be able to focus all the way to the end, especially if it's like hour or 2 hour long lecture or something that you want to learn. But sometimes you have to refocus several times. And this is a really important thing to know about yourself. In general, a lot of things in life The more you know about yourself, the more you can have your life the way you want it to have. There's other people are not as in control of you when you know more about yourself. And this we're going to talk about with our guest in today's binge as well, how important it is to know more about yourself. Even with simple questions, knowing what you like, knowing what you don't like, that is important because when you're just following other people's programming, other people's projecting you what you're supposed to be liking, it's not going to be true for yourself because you're going to try to do something what other people are doing and it's not authentic to yourself and you're going to get lost. That happens with a lot of younger people when they don't know about themselves and they just going by what society has give the rules that you have to do this and then you have to do that and then you have to do the third thing, and they don't always agree with it, but they go with it because it's just what everybody else is doing. And then they find themselves in a spot years later in the middle of their life. They find themselves in a place that they really don't want to be. Or you finding yourself in the place that why is my life the way it is now? It's not the way I wanted it to be. It's not the way I want it to be. I want it to be different. So that's why it is important to know as much as you can about your personal self as early in your age as possible. But if you come to this knowledge later in your life, you can still learn now. It doesn't matter what age you are. It's never, 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 never too late to learn. It's never, never too early to learn as well. So learn now, learn with me, learn with other people, but learn about yourself. I'm also a happiness expert. So what I teach with happiness is instead of trying to find out what is the big happiness and how can I become happy from outside, you have to look into yourself. It's not about what is happiness, it's about what is happiness for you. So you have to really know and understand what happiness means to you. So the main question with happiness is, what does happiness mean to you? And I've talked in my shows, you can look it up in a channel with a lot of people. But I have asked this question from more than 100 people. What is happiness to you? And you find out all the answers are different. And your answer is going to be different as well because your happiness is different from other people's happiness. Picture fell down. So that happens as well. Those are the, let me get back to that one in a little bit. Let me finish the happiness. And then I talk about what to do when things happen that you didn't plan to happen. Okay. So find out what is happiness for yourself. Ask that question for yourself. What does happiness mean to me? I give you a really, really simple example that I've brought up in a lot of my shows. When people say, one person said she's happy when she's like taking long baths. Another person said she's happy taking quick shower. So if I would tell the person who likes quick showers that she's going to be happy if she takes long baths, she's going to be not happy. She's going to be unhappy because that's not happiness for her. And exactly the same thing reverse. So you can't just go by what is happiness for other people. You have to go by what is happiness for you. That's what is important. So, and then next thing, name three things, three people, or three activities that make you feel happy. That make you feel happy. Not what people think that's supposed to make you happy. Not what projected to you that this you need this and this in life to feel happy. No, you have to know what makes you feel happy. That's important. Okay, let's talk about this picture card actually falling down. We have a little bit of time before my first guest coming up, so we're gonna talk about what to do when something unexpected happens in your planned everyday life. So when something happens that you didn't plan, what do you do? First, no, number first rule. Always number first rule. Don't panic. Never panic. Panic's not going to help you with anything. So you adjust, and it takes training. It takes a little bit of training for a while. And whatever happens in your life, you can modify, adjust, and look for best possible outcome. It is best possible outcome from any situation. For example, you were planning to have a beautiful day on the beach. I'm saying beautiful day on the beach because I live in Florida. But let's say that was your case. And next thing is starting to rain. So instead of you letting your mind be upset about, okay, I had this plan and that didn't work out. So what happens with a lot of people, what they do, they stay in that upset feeling for all the rest of the day. Let me put it in perspective again. Something else coming in. You were driving and somebody cut you off. And now you're going to be upset about it for the rest of your day. It's not worth it. The rain, somebody cutting you off on a road is not worth to spend your rest of the day being upset about it. You have to adjust as soon as possible, adjust your attitude, and find best positive outcome. For example, if it's raining, you find something else to do instead. You find some task that needs to be done, some book that you want to be reading, some show that you want to watch. You find something else, but you don't get stuck on that negative. Next one fell. They've been out there all 2 days. And today, when I'm going live, they're going to start falling. Okay. So, what happens is you adjust. First moment, you do get that upset feeling, like I am getting right now. You get that upset feeling, but that upset feeling only stays for a long time if you don't let it go through and leave. So I had to Get that feeling and let it through and let it leave. You don't get stuck with your upset feelings because then they will generate, they get bigger and bigger and they snowball and they're in a big upset feeling and you're upset about every little thing is going to start irritating you on that day. Every person's going to irritate you, every action is going to irritate you just because of that little thing that happened. Somebody cut you off in a car with the car. Let it go. Very easy way to let it go is just say cancel, let go. This is a tool of from neurolinguistic programming. When you get some negative thoughts or emotions and you cancel them and let them go knowingly. You have to do it knowingly though, and that happens all the time, all the time in our life. Every at least few times an hour, something that we didn't plan happens. Somebody said something different, something, let's say, fell, some message came through that you were not expecting. So things like that happen all the time. So don't get stuck on that feeling that your plans were changed. You move through that feeling. You move through and you look for a best positive outcome. You do something else. If somebody, like about the other example, when somebody cuts you off in a car line, you let that go. You don't carry that all day with you. Let it go. It happened, cancel, let go, and go on with your other thoughts, positive thoughts, and with everything else you were planning to do. Don't get stuck on those feelings because they're not going to help you in any kind of way. You don't want to spend the rest of the day thinking about something little that happened and really has no meaning. You want to keep on going with your day and make it still a beautiful day ahead. So, this is the advice for that. So, now we're going to start going to our guest. My first guest is already here. So, I'm going to bring her in on a screen with me. And with her, we're going to talk about emotional intelligence, which I kind of already lead us into it. It's about knowing yourself and knowing your emotions. Okay, I'm gonna bring Mrnal in on stage. Hi,
Hey,
Mrnal.
hi, how are you? Good to
I'm
be back.
yeah, good to have you back as well. I'm always excited talking with you, and I want to let the viewers know that Mrnal is actually joining us from India.
Hey there. Hello, everyone listening.
Yeah. So, Mrnal, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so as I put in description also, I'm a leadership coach. I help people excel in their careers by bridging in the gaps in leadership so that they are never compromised on their career growth, right? So that's what I primarily do. And this stems from personal leadership. And I'm also a mental fitness coach. So again, I help people streamline their thoughts, their emotions, and their actions so that nothing can come in between and they can work on their optimum human potential.
Mm-hmm. And you mostly,
And
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
no, I was just saying, and prior to that, I was like all most other coaches, I was into corporate, so I was a leader myself. So I'm kind of utilizing that experience and my learnings as a coach to help support other professionals who are on this journey.
Mm-hmm. And you work out of India.
Yes, I work
Do
out of
you,
India.
I have some personal questions in the beginning before we get to like emotion and intelligence topic. And
Sure.
uh, so when you usually teach, do you teach in your language?
So my main working language would be English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so even in India, you teach in English.
Yes, in English.
Oh,
Because most corporates, the primary work language would be English.
okay. Yeah, that's interesting to know because I was wondering about that and I didn't know that. A lot of people are watching from America. Most people are watching are from America, so they don't even know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So um among, you know, colleagues, they might speak in Hindi for or some other local language also. However, the work language is primarily English.
Mm-hmm. And let's get into emotional intelligence.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God, my favorite topic is
Ah, is it?
I think it's most important topic in the world right now. Should be.
Absolutely. Because, I think in our previous conversation also I mentioned that for any person to uh, actualize their full potential, there are four elements. And one of them is emotions, and emotions drive us to actions. So if emotions are not well understood and well managed, we are signing up for a compromised growth and compromised actualization of our own potential. So yeah, it is a must have.
Mm-hmm. And I'll let you lead in by explaining to the people who are watching and they're not familiar what emotional intelligence even is.
Sure. So emotional intelligence is our ability to understand emotions, right? They come from understanding ourselves. So that is labeled as self awareness. How well we recognize and understand our own emotions. What am I feeling? Am I feeling happy? Am I feeling sad? Am I feeling excited? Am I feeling grief? Whatever that emotion is, are we able to recognize and understand those emotions and where they are stemming from? So that's first part of emotional intelligence. The second part is, what do you do after understanding? So once you've understood your emotions and where they are coming from, how well are you doing on regulating them? How are you managing your emotions in a healthy way? Not avoiding, not brushing them off, not dismissing, but managing them healthy way. That's the second branch of emotional intelligence. Now, humans are social animals, right? And we, in our growth success parameters, we interact a lot with other humans. So, the third aspect of emotional intelligence comes from our capability of recognizing and understanding emotions of other people. That's the third part. And the fourth one is our social skills, which is how well do we manage those relationships effectively by communicating, keeping in alignment the emotions, and clearly passing on our messages, influencing people, building networks, resolving conflicts, all of these. So, the fourth branch of emotional intelligence, which is on social skills, allows us to manage all the relationships. And that's what forms the foundation of our success in the professional and personal world.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that clarifies, right? There's one more thing that I want to add up here, and that is on our motivations. So many times, people, when they talk about performance or they talk about how they are feeling about a certain task, goal that they are achieving, wanting to achieve, comes from the place of motivation. I'm not feeling motivated, right? So managing your motivation is also part of emotional intelligence. That is, how well are you harnessing your emotions to achieve your goals? So if you want a certain thing, how are you regulating your emotions and harnessing them to work in your advantage? So things like resilience come from there, right? And having said that, I think the biggest skill of emotional intelligence would always be empathy, understanding and empathy
Mm-hmm.
towards self and towards others. So empathy also has two branches like emotional intelligence, understanding our own emotions and understanding others. What can I understand here without having the need to agree?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So you were mentioning the motivation. That comes a problem for every some people even like right away on the morning waking up.
yeah,
They have motivation of everyday life. So let's focus on motivating yourself through everyday life first.
absolutely. Yeah, that's the foundation again of
Mm-hmm.
living. Right. Okay. So, I'll simplify this for the audiences, right? When we talk about motivation, it means that's something we are willfully wanting, and that keeps us motivated, right? So when we associate with any goal, any task, any action on a willful term, then we feel motivated. That means we are very clearly seeing something in return, right? If I do this, I'm going to get this in return. If I wake up early, I'm going to get this in return, right? Now, who acts as a villain, right? There is a villain here. Now, the villain comes and it shows you something that you will gain without following the route that you were willfully willing to follow, right? So it gives you a counter goal that, hey, if you wake up, you're going to work out, exercise, and become fitter. But see, that is going to take a lot of time. I have something quick and easy for you, and that is enjoy the morning sleep. It is so calming, so soothing, right? So there is a counter goal there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is happening is our mind in that moment, the emotion that it is experiencing, the body, the emotion that is experienced, our mind tricks us into feeling, believing those thoughts and incites the emotion which is aligned to those thoughts. So we fall for this second guy who's the villain, and we don't wake up and we say, I'll do it tomorrow. Today, let me relax and rest and sleep and enjoy the early morning sleep, right? And that's where the motivation goes. So, when the eyes are awake, our mind is alert, and we are connecting back to the goal. We sit in front of people and say, I don't know what is happening to me. I daily set myself on a goal of waking up early, but I don't know. Despite trying everything, I'm not waking up. So,
Mm-hmm.
what we are doing is we are letting our mind trick the emotions, and the resilience is dipping. We are
Mm-hmm.
not self regulating our emotions, and we are not harnessing our emotions that were stable the day before, rather falling for that in moment mental tricks and slipping.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
Yeah.
So
I
those of
was
you
just
who are
trying.
listening, if you can type in the chat box, how is this helping you? Is this understood? Or if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Yeah.
Because the next part would be how do we then keep up our motivations, right? How do we work on this harnessing?
But let's go to this one that I just wrote down as well. Self-regulation. And I
Yeah,
want to like lead you in with some of the questions about it because it's self-regulation starts with I was before talking as well, the importance of understanding and knowing about yourself as much as possible. The more you know you about yourself, about what you like, what you don't like, what your emotions are, where your emotions coming from, the better in control are you of your life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now, how do people understand self-regulation?
Okay. So self-regulation would be once you have decided on this thing that I am going to wake up in the morning, regulating yourself when the morning comes and following it through. That is self regulation. So, not falling for those mind tricks which are tricking you into believing that sleeping through the morning is more powerful, more beneficial. And that is something that you can allow for today. And tomorrow you can start the fitness journey, waking up early journey, because that is anyway going to be a long journey, right? So these are mind games and mind tricks. Self regulation would be anchoring yourself, associating yourself on what you decided earlier. So it's like honoring your goals,
Mhm.
honoring what you decided, what decision you made when you were moving into that sleep schedule, right? Now, how do we self regulate is a big question, right? Now, self regulation doesn't just happen automatically, okay? So, I'm going to tell you a few tips here. The first and foremost thing, which is a long haul, is mindfulness practice, okay?
Mhm.
People who are more mindful of how they are feeling, how they are thinking, they tend to have better resilience and better regulation. Now, that is going to happen when it happens, but this is something that I would say is a permanent thing. Permanent results are going to come when you start practicing mindfulness over a period, and then you'll start seeing that transformation within. Right? For a quick fix, how do we just get started? So, if today I decide, how do I not slip on that motivation tomorrow? So here are two things that I would say. The first one is when you make that decision, right in that moment, do this. Anticipate.
Mhm.
Anticipate how your mind is going to trick you in the morning because you have already practiced it, you have already experienced it, so you know what is going to happen tomorrow morning. So
Mhm.
the easiest thing for you to know is prepare your mind, prepare yourself ahead of time and say, hey, in the morning, this is what is going to happen. And when my mind tricks me into believing that sleeping through the morning is more beneficial, this is what I do. So connect that anticipation with a counter action that you are going to take to fail that mind trick and follow on your decision. So that's a quick fix. Anticipate.
Mhm.
And when you anticipate, prepare an answer well in advance so that mind becomes your slave and you don't become the slave of your mind.
Mhm.
That's first one. Okay. I hope that is something which is opening some people's eyes. The second thing is understanding yourself from a perspective of motivation itself. What motivates you? If you raise your awareness on that. So suppose if somebody is wanting to wake up early in the morning because people have been teasing them on their gained weight or body shaming them. Okay. Now that is coming from an external source and an external factor, which might not have lit the fire within them. It is still not connected with their why. So finding out why doing what you want to do is important to you. So follow the 5 why practice and find out the real reason behind why you want to do that particular thing. Once you connect with the real reason, you are going to be definitely motivated. Now, the reason why that is going to happen is because that is your real driver. It's not something which is happening because somebody else is telling you. It's not happening because it is bound to happen by societal norms. It is
Mhm.
not happening because it is a rule embedded in the holy grails. You are doing it because you want to do it.
Mhm.
And connecting to that real want is so much important to upkeep your motivation. So that's the second tip and trick to quick fix any motivation slips that you are experiencing.
Mhm. Because some people are still thinking of themselves as like, oh, it's just the way I am. They
Yeah,
just let it go by, oh, it's just the way I am. I never be able to do it, just my luck and all the things. And then they don't let the change to happen because they just so comfortable with saying that this is the way I am instead of like, but in the back of your mind, you have all those other goals and you can easily get them when you just find a way to self regulate and motivate you in the right way.
right. And as you said that, that gets me to a very important point, and that is if that is the case, that is how you are, then check is this your real goal or not?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you
Exactly.
cannot you cannot be sailing in both boats. You cannot say that I have this goal and then this is how I am. Honor
Mm-hmm.
your choices. Choosing your comfort is also a choice. So make that choice and be it, right? Accept that choice. If you're not accepting that choice and portraying that, no, 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 this is my goal and I want to go after it, then better honor the goal and
Mm-hmm.
then find your motivation behind that.
Mm-hmm. And Mrnal, you are also leadership coach.
Yeah,
So with that, how do you lead? And I know it's really important for leaders to have emotional intelligence, but I want
right.
you to explain it to the leaders of like people who manage other people. How important? Why is emotional intelligence important for leaders?
See, as a leader, you're not just responsible for the task at hand, completing that delivery, living up to the organizational objectives. For all of these to happen, you need support of your team. To get that work done by your team, that's the first thing that you want to do, right? Even
Mm-hmm.
if you don't think about the vision and the big picture thing, there's one thing that is definitely a leader wants to do is that his or her team works on the desired goals the way they want.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So, to influence your team in a positive way, that they feel motivated towards contributing to the growth of the team and the organization. So that's the first and foremost important parameter of why a leader needs to be emotionally intelligent. You don't want to fire the gun in blind spots. You need to be understanding where your team is coming from, what their needs are, how they feel about a certain thing, where their challenges might be stemming from, where their motivations might be slipping. How can you keep them motivated? How can you keep them agile and resilient whenever challenges approach? And that dynamics of team growth can be achieved only when a leader is emotionally intelligent. So
Mm-hmm.
that's first, which is the obvious. And there are so many others. For example, a leader is a leader when they have a vision and a mission. They are looking at the big picture. Now, when you are looking at the big picture, you need that big picture to be translated into actions. You need that big picture to be accepted by the organization. So, a leader's influence goes on top also. You
Mm-hmm.
need to be influencing stakeholders in the organization. You need to be visible as a leader in front of them. For that to happen, also, you need to have relationships, good camaraderie, great relationships with stakeholders in the organization. And like I said at the beginning, the fourth arm, which is the social skills, comes from this place. So, building influence, building alliances, network building, visibility, all of this is part of emotional intelligence. People don't like tasks, people like people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they like people, it is a higher probability that that task, that assignment, that project, that proposal would be light.
Mm-hmm.
So relationships go a long way in a leader's growth, success, and presence. So emotional intelligence is so key because you are not a leader if people are not following you, right? So to be followed, you need to have emotional intelligence and that network, that resilience within you so that you can lead from the front and people see you as a valuable person to be followed up also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I liked how you mentioned that people like people. So it actually works out this way. Even if there's a task in a business where a person doesn't really want to do the task, the employee is not connected to a task, but he will still do it. He or her, she will still do it because she likes the leader. You
Yeah.
know, she does it because she likes to read leaders. She trusts the leader. They have good relationship. Even if she doesn't want to do it, she will do because of the person. Yeah,
Yes,
I like
absolutely.
I like the way you mentioned it. That the people, it's about people to people, not about like what they're doing, but it's about the person.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
another one as well, mental fitness, because
Mhm.
like you were saying, you're a leadership and mental fitness coach. So let's talk about, we have some time before the end. So let's talk about mental fitness.
Sure. So, as we started, there are four elements that actually contribute that you are going to be actualizing and performing at your full potential. First, energy. Second, emotion. Third, thoughts. And fourth is your actions. Now, most people and our primary setup in education, in all the other spaces, focuses on this action. If you get feedback, it will be said, you didn't do this. If you get positive feedback or a congratulatory note, it would be again based on action. You
Mm-hmm.
did this well, right? So the entire focus of everybody seems to be on action. But we forget that that is the tip of the iceberg. What is it that the actions are sitting on is emotions, thoughts, and your energy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of these are also interrelated. How you feel is dependent on how your mindset is, that is, what programming has been done in your head, and what quality of thoughts you are receiving.
Mm-hmm.
So, quality of thoughts is the definition of how strong that foundation of that action is going to be. Even when earlier we were talking about motivation, a more resilient person would have quality of thoughts that are going to take them in resilient way towards those actions which would be unwavering. Nothing can shake them. They would be very consistent, disciplined, ritual following people. They would be doing anything that it requires to take that action forward, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
resilience also is coming from the place of quality of thoughts. Mental fitness is that branch which helps you build your thoughts so that you get emotions and you understand your emotions well and you bring a congruence between your emotions and your thoughts so that your actions move forward. When you get the right quality of emotions naturally, when your thoughts are right quality, automatically your energy elevates. You are then resonating at a different energy field. Okay. Now, there is a simple equation if I tell you emotions are biologic. So, our body naturally generates emotions. Okay. For something favorable, you will feel joyful. For something unfavorable, you will feel sad. For something very exciting, you will feel excitement, right? So, this is natural wiring of our body, which elicits a certain emotion as a messenger to tell us how you are experiencing that. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, what happens? These emotions combine, that is a plus sign, with the thoughts, the quality of our thoughts, the way we see the life, the perspective, the mindset. The moment these emotions combine with thoughts, they get transformed into something called as feelings. That's what we feel. So we don't feel emotions, we feel feelings.
Mhm.
Emotions plus thoughts. So many times people feel that being sad is bad, right? So now you are experiencing sadness as a bad experience, right?
Mhm.
Now that feeling is eliciting the experience. So what
Mhm.
you do, the actions. So emotions plus feelings is equal to actions. Sorry, emotions plus thoughts is equals to feelings, and feelings lead to actions. Okay. So once your thoughts are combined with your emotions, you elicit feelings, and under the influence of those feelings, you take actions. This is how important your thoughts are. And mental fitness is essentially how to enhance the quality of your thoughts, how to not self sabotage, how to work in congruence with your goals, how
Mhm.
to harness your strengths, your emotions, and your thoughts to positively impact the quality of your life, your goals, and your success. That's mental fitness.
Mhm. And that's really important for everybody is watching. That is important thing to know about yourself. That is really important. Emotional intelligence, to understanding your emotions and everything, is really, really important. The more you know, the better you're gonna have your own life, the better relationship you're gonna have, the better relationships at work, at job, the just general everyday life is better when you have good emotional intelligence. So, Myrna,
Absolutely.
yeah. So we have a little bit time left. For everybody, if you want to connect with Myrnal, her website is in description, and I'm gonna let Myrnal also tell a little bit how, what other things she can help you with, and how to connect with her.
Yes. So, like we've been talking about, I can help. I help professionals and executives to build their leadership acumen and skills, specifically on your influence building, enhancing your visibility, getting career growth, bridging leadership gaps by working on your mental fitness, and also constructively building the skills that are required to become a great leader, including but not limited to influence building, networking, visibility, um, bringing yourself into alignment, mindfulness, and the last but not the least, understanding yourself, raising your self awareness. So, all of these things I help professionals work on. And my last note to each and every person sitting here watching this podcast would be remember this one equation, and that is going to tell you everything. Even if you take actions as the most important preposition of what happens in life, remember this equation: emotions plus thoughts is equals to feeling, and feeling is the driving force of actions. Humans act under the influence of feelings, right? So, if you take care of your emotions and your thoughts, your feelings are going to be so much more in alignment. And when they are in alignment, your goals would be achieved because then you would be taking your actions. Okay.
Mhm.
So you can reach out to me from our website, galoris.com, which, like Piret is mentioning, is in description. You can also write to me at mrnal@galoris.com, which is my email ID, and we can connect happily on LinkedIn. And I would look forward to hearing from all of you. Keep working on yourself. Have your emotions, thoughts, and actions aligned because that is the superpower of your being. That's how you are going to unleash your human potential.
Mm-hmm. I want to tell to the viewer as well, like just because you didn't watch it in live and you're watching a replay, still go in a description and look for that website and look up Mrnal's website and other things that she does, because you can get all the value, extra value from there. Even if you're watching this replay year, 2 years from now, it's still going to be there. You can still get the same contact from her website. So,
Absolutely. It's been
yeah,
7 years that I'm working as a leadership coach, so you'll always find me on that website.
yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Mrnal. Thank you.
Thanks, Spirit, for having me. Wish you all the best, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye. Or evening in
Have a
India.
good day. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Okay. And I'm going to bring right into our next guest. And with the next guest, we're going to talk about your purpose. Hey, Annette.
Hi, Piret. Wonderful to see you again. And thank you so much for inviting me, for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. It's interesting. We met like 2 years ago. We met in a book fair.
I know. It is very interesting. We were sitting next to each other. I noticed that one of your profile pictures is in that spot, right, with your books in front of you. I noticed that. I was like, oh, I was sitting right next to her.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really cool as well. Like I told to the viewers in the beginning, some of the ladies are the ones that I met personally, and some of them I'm meeting in the same time just today.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Some
That's
of
great.
the
Good for
ladies
you.
I have
I
more
love
than
the fact that
before.
you are out there, you just really put yourself out there, and you're so creative, coming up with all this multimedia show and situation. I give you credit. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Annette. Yeah, and your book is so, because interestingly, we were both book fairs were right next to each other.
That's right.
Yeah, and your book standed out for me for the title of it, first of all.
Thank you. Your sole focus. I was very careful to try and get it to be your sole focus. So because I wanted it to be a bit of a handbook for the reader. So a way for the reader to really connect with the purpose of their soul, and as opposed to my story. And although I certainly have aspects of my path in the book, the only purpose from what I wrote about myself was really to highlight what I learned during my journey, so that other people can take little tidbits of it and apply it to the purpose of their soul.
Mm-hmm. And let's tell the viewer a little bit, or the listener a little bit about your backstory as well, because I think it's kind of, you always pointed out that you're what you actually do professionally, and you always pointed out that, which I don't know if it's going to be true or not, you always say this is your first and last book, but
That's something you remember that.
But tell about your background.
So my background is certified public accountant. I'm a CPA. I love numbers. I love Excel spreadsheets. My brain is very left brain dominant, meaning very analytical, very research driven. I'm not, on the creative side of things, the right side of my brain. I'm not musical. I'm not artistic. I don't read that much. I can't even believe I wrote a book, but I did. And that's why I think it'll be my first and last book. I live in New York primarily, but I do have a place in Florida, in Naples. And so I go back and forth during the winter months. And I'm a healthcare executive up here in New York, and I love it. And so my day-to-day is focused on physician compensation and contracts and fair market value assessments, and paying physicians appropriately. And so all the compliance aspects of it. And I run a team at Northwell Health, which is the largest healthcare organization in the state. And so I love what I do financially and, just my Excel spreadsheets and numbers. That's what I love. But the
And
other
then
side,
you read a book somewhere like in the
the
middle
other
of
side of the
those
coin,
numbers. The book came
that
to
doesn't
mind,
fit.
and you wrote a book.
Yeah, what happened was when my mother and mother-in-law were both diagnosed with cancer within a week of each other, within days of each other in 2005. So I have a small, tight-knit family, both sides, mine and my husband's, and we got a crash course in all things cancer. And my mother had breast cancer, and she survived that. She lived for another 15 years and died 2 years ago. My mother-in-law, however, succumbed to the pancreatic cancer that she was diagnosed with, and she succumbed to it in 2006. So that year was a very difficult year for us. And then at the end of it, my mother-in-law died. And before that point in time, I would have thought, when you're dead, you're dead. I don't think I ever really thought about the afterlife. I probably did in my teens, but, got very involved with just my life and raising a family and working. And so I did not really focus on what happens after you die. But my mother-in-law, and I would say, I want to point out it's my mother-in-law. So although I was certainly grief-stricken, I wasn't in very acute, blinded grief. She made a point of coming through to me to say, hey, I'm still here. And once I accepted that, which took me quite some time, I needed to understand how the universe works. And my big question was, if we go on, what are we doing here? What is this? What is our purpose? And so I spent, as an accountant might, CPA might, I spent 4 years with my discretionary time studying everything metaphysical. I just needed to understand, to the best of my ability, how the universe worked. And once I understood that, I was sort of satisfied. It took me about 4 years, and I was satisfied with now living my life. I wouldn't say tremendously differently, because I was a kind person to begin with, but with a very different perspective on my life and everybody else's life, and basically living it with more of a purpose. And that's what relates into your topic of happiness, because once you find that purpose or that fulfillment, it really does. It really is a lot easier to be happy. And once you find something that really helps people, it's a lot easier to be happy in your day-to-day life. And one thing in terms of happiness and the afterlife that's really important is that what I learned during that 4 years, I learned a lot. But one thing I learned that not everybody here knows, especially when they're going through something where there's a lot of trauma or despair, is that the other side, your deceased relatives, are really right on the other side of a veil. And they are helping. If you're going through a very difficult time, pray, tap into them. They will help you if they can. And so you're not alone. So a lot of difficulty comes when people feel that they're in this life alone. And that's why shows like this are wonderful, because that connection is so valuable to people. People need to feel connected to other people, to a purpose, to something. And so once I understood that, all those times before I understood the afterlife, I would have thought there were many times that I was on my own, and I never really was. And so now my life has gotten easier, because when I need something, I tap into the other side with all of my prayer and meditative power. So, I just did it recently in the last couple of weeks. My daughter needed a medical procedure, and I was hoping that it would be on a specific day so that I could be there to help her. My schedule is very tight. And and that the procedure would go well. And I just prayed and prayed to my guides and my loved ones and her grandparents on the other side. And as you know, circumstances would have it, the procedure went perfectly, and she recovered perfectly. And like threading a needle, it was put on the exact day that I needed it to be scheduled. All the doctors were all aligned.
It's so amazing that everything in the right place in the right time happens when you're aligned in a perfect way.
That's right.
So like when you were saying that, I was just like, yes, like this is what happens, and people don't notice how so many little tiny things are going right when they just focus on, like, they could have focused on just the surgery and like, oh, I'm having the surgery, and not even notice those little things that you notice that they happen to everything work out perfectly.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly. And actually, the day I was really praying for was the day of the eclipse in America. And we even got to see the eclipse. Like, it was right before the eclipse, and she got out. and I was not, like, if we didn't see it, we didn't see it. That was the day I was really hoping the surgery would be scheduled for. And it was. And so I didn't have to, it just worked that I was able to be there and help her. So yeah, so it's really valuable information to know that the other side, your deceased loved ones, are really right there. And they don't know everything, and they can't control everything, but they have a different perspective. And so if they can help you in any way, if they can move energy or move things, which they have the ability to do in a way that benefits you in practical day-to-day life, like, please, have the procedure be on April 8th, they will, and they'll align things, and down until the very last, like, a couple of days before, we didn't know what day the procedure was going to be. Could have been Tuesday, could have been Wednesday, could have been Sunday, Saturday. And then all of a sudden on Saturday, she reached out, my daughter, and she said, it's going to be Monday. And I was like, thank you. And I always say thank you to the other side.
Yeah.
Because I know they helped, So I think that helps people to be happier to know that we're not in this alone. You may feel like you're alone, but the other side is just rooting for us every step of the way.
Mm-hmm. So never feel alone. And let's go from your book. So in your book, how do you describe your purpose?
Yeah. So one thing, I say this to people: we come here on Earth. But what I've learned is we come to Earth, and we have 3 basic things selected before we come here. Okay. Number 1 is how we're going to be raised. So your parents can be adoptive parents, but you sort of choose how you're going to be raised. You also choose how you're going to head back. So 50 years old, car crash, freak accident, drawn out illness in my late 70s, with my family by my side, quick illness in my 90s with no family by my side. You sort of choose how you're going to go back also. And then the third thing that we select is our purpose. And it's our purpose here on Earth. And the interesting thing is, because media and actors and actresses, we see big things on the screen, and we read big things. And so we think that that's what we emulate to. And so that our purpose must be something grand and big. Mm-hmm. And it really typically is not that big. It's something that will move the needle for your soul, but it's not typically something where you're impacting millions of people. It can be something for your soul. It can be something for your family. It can be, I come here to help one other person who I knew in a past life, who I don't even know now. Can be to help them. So it can be to help a dozen people. It can be to help hundreds of people. You can have a lot of little purposes. So the real way to determine what your purpose is, and this is going to be a bit difficult for people to hear, I think, is because people like to do what makes them happy. That's what people like to do.
Yes.
But if you pay attention in your life, if you meditate, meditating is great.
Mhm.
I practiced during that whole 4 years. Meditating is very valuable. But if you can meditate on it, and if you can also identify in your life, especially as you get older and have experienced more, things, patterns that are negative, I'll say, and keep grading against you and coming back to you, your purpose might be to conquer that.
Okay.
So if you are a person who, I keep attracting the wrong kind of people, but I'm attracted to them. What am I supposed to do? Or it's interesting, and it can be a family member. My family member keeps saying, I lose my temper too often. And at work, I lose my temper too often. Something that seems like you would like to get better at
Mhm.
is repeating in your life. That will help you identify what you may have come here for. Another big one is if you have other people in your life that you just for some reason don't like. It can be, again, an actor, actress, or someone in your day-to-day life. It's like, that person really bothers me. I just don't like them. And if they're not an evil person, evil's a different story, but if they're not an evil person, but they have some quality that's grating, that's causing you friction, another clue, your purpose may be having something to do with that.
Mhm.
So there are a lot of ways to identify what your purpose is. But I tell people this: if you are moving forward in kindness to others, and here's a big one, kindness to yourself, because
Mhm.
people beat themselves up. That brain is constantly pulling us down. If you can move forward in kindness to others and kindness to yourself and keep moving forward, you're moving toward your purpose. You're living in your purpose.
Mhm.
So that's a nice rule of thumb.
Mhm. So, so this kind of like explains people how to recognize their purpose. So, but how do you write in your book how they can then what they can find out what they should be doing?
Well, yeah, my book was to answer one question. If we go on, what are we doing here? And so that's the how-to in my book, because it really gives many stories and examples about how you can connect with the other side and connect with people here to make sure that you are focused on your purpose. So it's how to bring your purpose into a clearer, more clear focus for yourself.
Okay.
So that was really the purpose of my book. And what it has is a lot of day-to-day practical tips that resonate. It resonates with a lot of people, but that will resonate with people, with anybody, so that when they're going through their day, they can recognize, oh, this is happening because of this. That's what it helped me to do, that my path. It helped me to understand how the universe works. And that's what's in my book a little bit, how the universe works, so that when you're living your day-to-day life, you can recognize that, oh, this is something that the universe wants me to do, that I should be doing, that I shouldn't be doing. So it really walks down that path on different ways that the universe works, and gives you the assurance that your loved ones are right there. It gives you, it gives my stories, but it also gives other people's stories on how the universe is really trying to work with you, and how the other side is really right there. So that's why the name of my book is Your Soul Focus: How to Focus Your Soul. And the subtitle is You Believe in the Afterlife, Don't You? Because once you really believe, or in my case, I'm convinced that there's an afterlife, it does make it easier to live your day-to-day life, especially when you realize that, we're born with these like dunce caps on, where like blinders, where we're really focused on ourselves and our lives and our community. But when you realize that the universe is so much more large than just us, and that our soul is here for one sliver of time, and our soul is really eons and eons of years kind of thing, it just really allows you to be a little bit more free with how you handle things. Because nothing here, listen, it's very important to be here and you want to make sure you complete your purpose, but there's nothing here that's going to be moving your soul's needle in a huge way. Everything's important, but the human life, human brain, we put so much more emphasis and importance on things that may not really be that important.
Yep, or not important at all.
Right. So so it's got those kinds of I say it's a spiritual book written in a practical way, because it really takes it's what I've heard from people who've read it is it's very relatable. People have said, "Oh, I feel like you're sitting across the kitchen table talking to me." So if people are able to take what I've learned and connect it to what they're living day to day.
Mm-hmm. That's what when I was listening you talking with other people about your book, I also figured out that people who have kind of like a different view on spirituality, all of those other things, and they might not be exactly thinking it the same way that you do, they can still read the book and still get the point of the purpose.
Yes.
They can still get the point of the purpose without being completely agreed with having their own thoughts about what is outside there.
Yes, I know exactly what you're referring to, because there are a lot of people who even confuse religion with spirituality. And they're really two very different things. So a lot of times people will look at the book and they'll be like, "You believe in the afterlife, don't you? Oh, Annette, what's your religion and what's your background? And how does religion play into this?" And, religion is a very important facet of a lot of people's day-to-day life and existence. And religion definitely serves a purpose. It's a way to really bring together and connect and control, and connect massive amounts of people. So, religion certainly has a purpose, but spirituality is I'll say almost a subset of most religions, because in many religions you have a lot of quiet time, a lot of prayer, a lot of ritualistic prayer. So that is very similar to spirituality in terms of meditative time and things like that. So there are elements of every spirituality in every religion, but people who are very dogmatic about their religion might find it, very soul stretching to feel.
Maybe if you're, Annette, I don't know if you agree, maybe you would say more controlling.
Yeah, I think so. And so, yes. And so they may find it very difficult to embrace the what I believe to be the fact that we are spiritual beings here, and that the spiritual aspect of their religion is really the most important aspect of their religion, more so than dogmatic rituals. So that's something that people sometimes find it difficult to embrace. But you're right, my book is not religious in any sense of the word. It is about spirituality. So I've had many people, when they read it, think, "Oh my goodness, how do you reconcile spirituality and religion?" But then they read the book and they're very comfortable with it, because I'm not going down the religious road. It's really about spirituality. And quite frankly, when you read the book, and from what I've learned, spirituality makes a lot of sense. Again, I'm an accountant, it's got to make sense. So it makes sense. Whereas there are some aspects of some religions that don't really make a lot of sense. but spirituality always makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And let's go with the purpose. Before I was talking about Mrnal, about emotional intelligence, and while it all comes back down to the action, the same thing with your purpose. It all comes down to the action. Like you might know your purpose and all the things, you might be feeling all those feelings, and you might know what triggers you and all those things, but you have to take action.
Well, that is a great point. So I actually wrote a chapter in another book called Gathering at the Doorway. It's a compilation of people who have had the afterlife impact their life, like I have. And so an author from Canada asked me to donate a chapter to the book, and I rewrote the chapter. I wrote a new chapter for that book. I'm chapter 6. And the interesting thing is I wrote the chapter on exactly what you're mentioning. It's one thing to feel that you should be doing something, and it's another thing to do it. And I had to, what happened in that situation is I had to, same with most of the points in my book, I'm a CPA, so I'm more of an introverted kind of person, like put my head down and do my work. And so I had to really get my bravery up to broach the topic of the afterlife with people. And I had this pulling inside of me to speak to a security guard in the building of the business that I work in, my office. So every day I would pass the security guard, and she'd be sitting at all those monitors, monitoring the building. It's like a 5-story building. And I would go to my office, and every day, other than saying, hello, hello, I wanted to speak with her, but I couldn't get my bravery up. And then one day in, I think like December of 2021 or 2022, I'm driving into work and I'm talking to myself to get my bravery up to say something to her. I just have to do it. Like I feel like the universe wants me to talk to her, but it's so I'm not brave enough to just start a conversation with. And I really felt that I was supposed to be conveying the spiritual aspect of things. And so that day, it was the end of December, it was between that Christmas and New Year's break, and I walked past her. I actually walked past her again, hello, hello, and backed up and said, I just want to ask you something. Do you, are you spiritual at all? And she almost broke down. Her mother had died 2 weeks earlier, and she was struggling with that loss and trying to keep her spirituality afloat while struggling with how can I lose my mother? And like a lightning bolt, I knew I was supposed to give her my book. And so I ran back to my car because I have copies of my book on the car. And I ran in and I was like, this is a gift from your mother. I mean, it's not even from the universe was just using me. And I gave her the book and she was hugging it and she hugged me. And I was like, wow. So it is exactly what you said. It's one thing to sort of feel that you are supposed to be doing something. And it's another thing to actually do it. I have to remind myself of that all the time because I'm not a naturally gregarious person. I'm not really like extrovert and social and all that. So when the universe is telling me to do something and I feel like it's helping me with my purpose, I have to really make an effort and do it.
Push yourself to do it and push yourself through. Like, is it just a feeling? Am I imagining it? Or like, how do I do it? And all those questions, and push yourself to do it.
Yes. And also just keep in mind that if it's a kind thing, you can't push yourself to do something wrong and evil, but if it's a kind thing,
yes,
it can't hurt anything. My mother used to always say, you have to celebrate the good things, like we would say, yeah, should we have a party for this? She was like, you have to celebrate the good things. So if it's a good thing, just grit your teeth and be brave and do it.
Well, and our time comes to the end as well. It's really good conversation. We got, I think, really good information out as well. And for the viewers, again, all the contact information for Annette for you to buy the book and everything is on the description, so you can look that up. Is there anything else you want to say at the end before we're going to finish, Annette, as well?
No, if anybody decides to get my book, I sincerely hope that they enjoy it. And anybody can look at my website. I'll post this video, this stream on my website too. And, my website, I've been interviewed now by a lot of different wonderful people like yourself. And so I tell people, if you're interested in the afterlife topic or happiness topic, go into the people who've interviewed me and then look at their podcasts and their YouTube channels, because the content there's a lot there, and it's very interesting, and it's there in the middle of the night when you need it to get through the evening or the night or something. But thank you so much.
I believe all the people are connected. The way that security guard there, it's amazing how people you connect with people in the right place and the right time.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Annette, thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you, Piret. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Okay, and we're gonna go smoothly through right next to our next topic, which is financial management, and our next guest, Trish.
Yes. Hi. How are you, Trish?
Good. Excited about all our topic.
I know. So I was just watching your show with Annette and listening to it, and I can't help to think that, everything happens for a reason, right? I feel like I'm meant to do this. And I just want to share something about me first with you, Piret, and how I became a financial advisor. So my parents came from Indonesia. They brought me here when I was 7 years old. So they were first generation. My mom was a very hard worker. She came here. She actually started from cleaning, houses. And then she went to school for administrative. And then she ended up getting a job in this company. So she was a hard worker. I think she instilled that in me. And they moved to New York first and then to New Jersey because they wanted, a house, a safe neighborhood for my brother and I. But, as growing up, my mom and my dad would fight often. And what they would fight about was money.
Oh, okay.
What does marriage couple really fight about? Majority of the time is because of money, right? I mean, that's the biggest topic, the biggest issue of it. They worked hard, however, they didn't know how to manage it at all. And, they would fight often. And long story short, I think it took a lot. My mom took a lot on herself, and she got cancer, and she died when she was 45 years old, and I was 25. And I was young. My brother was 10 years younger than me. But it just made me realize that, I wish they had somebody helping them manage their financial and advising them what they should and should not do. Mm-hmm. If they had that, I don't think finance would be such an issue in a marriage. They wouldn't be fighting so much. Mm-hmm. And therefore, maybe it would have been, the marriage would have been better, right? What if, could have, should have, I don't know. But that's my thought. And from then on, I was like, I never want to depend on a man regarding finance. I want to do it myself. So therefore, I put myself through college. Took me 6 years because I was working and paying for my college while all my friends were, got their college paid by their parents. Right. But it's okay, because it taught me hard work. When I want something, I can do it. And I can, do my finance myself. And I did that. So I went to college. I did a business economic major. And I knew I wanted to get into finance just because I want to make sure I was financially stable myself and also help others with their finance. And maybe if somebody had done that to my mom, she would have been in a better place. You know, not knowing is the scary part, right? And it's all about what should you do with your finance and to help you better, how to save for short term, midterm, and long term. And when you have that security, it makes you feel so much better mentally, health wise, overall, right? That's what I believe in.
Yeah. And actually, finance is really important part in any type of mental illness.
Absolutely.
Like anybody, like if you, like I've been in a lot of different workshops about mental wellness and how to help people, and the finances is always part of it.
Absolutely.
That creates, like you were saying, that creates a lot of arguments, a lot of, even if the person is even single, that gives a lot of troubles of not understanding your finance is just mentally exhausting.
Absolutely. And my mom relied on my stepdad to handle everything. And that was the big mistake because she relied on him and she didn't manage herself. And I think that's the most wrong thing to do. You know, everyone, all of us women, you know, we're wife, single, divorce, anything we need to know our own finance.
And even for myself, still, I'm like, when I met you and I talked with you, I still learned. I thought I know a lot, and I learned that I've done some mistakes because I didn't have right knowledge.
Absolutely.
I'll bring it up later on, but I was like, I had a savings account for my daughter, but getting the information from you, I found out that my daughter's savings account could have already made me money instead of just sitting there.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
and I was like, oh my God, but I wish I would have known that information earlier.
Right. Why? Because you didn't know, right? Which is because fine. Like no one knows. And that's why I'm here trying to spread the words that you need to know. There's all other alternatives that's, you know, that's meant for your daughter's money, for your retirement account, for your, you know, short-term savings. There's a plan for everything. And that's where I come in as a financial advisor to help you that. And, you know, people that they don't think they need it, but they do. You know, that's just what it is.
And like we were saying before, and it's like, when is a good time to start?
That's exactly it. Good time. The good time is now. No matter who you are, you know, yesterday was yesterday. Future is future. Now is the time. What that means is, I know life is busy. Everyone is busy, but you don't put your financial first, and that's the most important thing to do first. I know it takes time. I know it's a lot of work. However, once you do it, you'll have that peace of mind that, oh, okay. You know, I've seen clients that have their, you know, banking, investment, retirement accounts everywhere, you know, multiple accounts. Why? You know, one, when you have it all everywhere, you don't know what you have. You don't know if they're all, you know, properly diversified or properly managed. And that's the whole idea. And having a financial plan, sitting in with an advisor, looking at overall your holistic financial, we can actually see like what's right and how they need to be managed. So that's what I want to talk to you about is financial planning, right? And it all ties into that. Why is financial planning important? Because we take a look at your overall holistic finance. Whether that's your savings account, your daughter's savings account, your current retirement account, you know, your former account or retirement account from your previous job that you forgot about, which a lot of people do, that's your money. That should be part of this plan. And then going forward, how should you invest for the future? Okay. It's everybody. So whether you're single, you need to know what you have and start thinking about the future. Whether you're getting married, right? So married couple, they should talk about what is your current debt that you have. And should you have joint account, single account? What is his retirement account? What is your retirement account? They should all align together. And then when you start a family, right? Family costs so much money, especially when you have kids. College is very expensive, and it's going to keep going to be more expensive, right? So you need to prepare for that. What is the proper investment for your kids, for yourself? And then there's also when you're married, right? The husband handles everything. So I can tell you this. Rebuilding after divorce or being widowed, the statistic says 50% of widows says they have their spouse didn't have a plan in place in the event of one of them passed away. And it is so true. So true. I have clients that come to see me and they were widowed. They had no idea what their spouse had. So they had multiple accounts, CDs, savings, retirement, everywhere. So they come in with this stack of files of statements. They're like, what do I do with it? That can be avoided if you have properly planned, if everything is in one institution, one advisor, make sure they're properly titled correctly. Make sure they have beneficiaries for all those accounts. Make sure they have transfer on death on all those accounts. They are so important to do that because God forbid something happens, right? It's easier to manage. You know who to go when things happen, the advisor that will handle everything. Same thing as being divorced. I mean, half of my friends was divorced, right? And I seen that. And I'm actually part of this divorce community in New Jersey, and I'm trying to do it here to help them out. I have to say, their spouse, they usually are prepared.
Yeah.
For divorce. What that means is, I know it's hard to say, they hide the money. They take out their IRA before being divorced, and try as much as hard to take that money away from their names so their wife doesn't get it when they're divorced. I've seen it, and it's heartbreaking. That's why they end up paying so much money for lawyers, for attorneys to fight for what they deserve not in, and that costs a lot for them to do that. That costs them money for their kids, for themselves, for their housing, for the expense. But they have to do that because they try to get more from their ex-spouse that's trying so hard not to give it to them. This is avoidable. If you know what you have during marriage, then you can say, hey, half of this is mine. Half of your retirement is mine.
That's what I'm thinking, why it's important for somebody going through divorce, not just going to the attorney. One thing, you're going to attorney right away, but also go right away to financial advisor as well. And get everything correct from beginning. So you're not going to, let's say there's some amounts where people get lump sum ahead. So next, you're going to be a few years later, all the lump sum is gone. You're left with nothing, instead of go to where, from attorney's office to financial advisor office.
Absolutely. One thing is, as an advisor, we don't charge hourly like our attorney did, right? So our advice and guidance is part of the financial planning that we're planning to do for you. So then we can help you invest that money for now and the future. A lot of women who gets retirement money from their husband, they end up using it, which is the wrong thing to do, because that should be retirement for them. One is that, and second, it's taxable event. So you're paying, 40% to the government at one shot. Why would you want to do that? These are the stuff that they don't know that they need that advice and guidance with, right? How should you invest in that retirement money? That should be your long-term money for you. What are your other assets that you're getting from your ex-spouse? How should we invest in that, properly? That's the most important thing I'm seeing more and more is divorcee and widowed. And it's heartbreaking when you have 70-something-year-old come in and said, my husband passed away. I don't know what to do, and it's heartbreaking. It's a lot of work. We do help. It's a lot of work. But what I'm trying to say is let's avoid that. Be prepared before all this happens. So if that things like this happens, you know what you need to do. So, and I have to say, planning for women, this is a statistic. Women outlive men by 5 years on average.
Okay.
That's one. On average, women spend $195,000 more on healthcare costs than men in retirement. That's a lot.
Yeah.
You don't think that, but healthcare when we're retired, it's so costly. But how are you going to pay for that? When you're not working, how are you going to pay for that? Assisted living, I have clients that's there. They're about $11,000 to $20,000 a month, depending on the facility. If you want the best, it'll be $20,000 a month. If you want so, it's $11,000 a month. How are you going to fund that? When you think about that, it's scary, right? That's why part of this financial planning, when we talk about the goals or a secure future, it's part of the goals. Live well in retirement, it should be the biggest goal, actually. And even if you have kids, right? My clients that I work with, their kids are nowhere around, unfortunately, which is scary part, and they still have to do it themselves at that age. So what that means is, you can't, it's great to have family members and you hope that, your family will take care of you. I mean, I know I don't have kids, unfortunately, so I don't know who's going to take care of me when I'm retired. That's why I have to make sure I have enough finance for that.
But I'm even thinking, even when they have kids, a lot of those kids, and I'm going to go more into it, they have not managed their money either.
No.
So they can't take care of, help their parents because they don't have that information as well.
Absolutely.
And that's why we have financial advisors. So we can go the same way when you're getting older and you start going to the doctor. Well, with a financial advisor, and that's why I bring out, you should at least start going when, I think it's good to go right after graduating.
Absolutely.
Start from there, because a lot of people like you did, they go to college, but they're also going to go to work to pay for that college or to provide for the living expenses. So if that moment, don't just blow out all your money.
Absolutely.
But you're going to manage, you have financial advisor to help you set up plan. So you're going to be able to be in a college, have a good living, make some savings, make some investments, and you're going to build up as soon as possible. So you're just going to go through with easier life.
Absolutely. And that's so true, Piret, because now even kids are in college, right? I have to tell you, they're coming out with large student loan, because that's how expensive college is now, right? So that's the reason why you have to learn to make sure you pay the student loan, because there's a high interest in student loan, but make sure you're also putting away money for your retirement, a little bit for savings, that's where the budget comes in.
Mm-hmm.
You need to learn how to budget from then on. So then they have a secure future.
And they can make investments. It's just in my mind, the way I understand, they can make investments where the investment's going to make their money.
Absolutely.
So they have just additional income right away to start with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Trish, how old were you when you start matching your money? Before you went to study or after? So kind of what age were you when you started?
So as I said, I paid for myself when I went to school, to college. I was working full time. And I was paying for school. And at that time, I was able to save a little bit and pay for school. So I was already starting to manage at the time. And then plus my mom passed away at 45. So and I was 25 and I was on my own at that point. And I had a little savings at that time. I think it was probably like 5,000. This is going back, 25 years ago. And I don't believe in renting because I feel like renting, you're just throwing away money. And I already knew then, like I regarding money, right? I was so conscious. So with the 5,000, I bought a 2-bedroom little condo back then that cost 80,000. I don't know how I got the loan, but I knew I wanted to do that. So I did everything I can to figure out, and I did. And from that little condo that I bought for 80,000, 8 years later, it doubled. I sold that, and after that, I was able to buy a house. I did this all on my own because I was like, I don't want any men to help me. I want to be able to do this on my own. Yeah. And men to me is just complimenting me, and I learned that again because seeing my mom, having a fight with my dad, and I just didn't want that. I was like, I don't want to rely on anyone. So I knew back then about savings. I knew, and because of that, I'm so passionate. I want to help others. You can do it on your own. Start saving, even a little bit. From that little savings that I had for 5,000, I was able to buy a condo. I don't know how, but I did. And then from then on, I kept saving. I was able to buy a house from then on. So that was the accomplishment that I did. And being in finance, being an advisor, I learned more and more how to do this and how to be smart about it, how to invest properly, how to make my money grow. I think that's the whole idea of it, is that knowledge. So working with an advisor, you start learning what you need to do and your budgeting and how to invest in, for your certain goals. And then, and then you can sleep at night, right?
And you don't have to have arguments.
Exactly.
In your relationship, in your marriage, you don't have to have the argument for so many people. Can you imagine not having any arguments about money in your marriage?
Yeah.
That's probably people who are watching right now and just thinking of that moment, not having the money arguments or money worries.
Is that worries, right? That's what it is, the worries. If you have a plan, you will not worry. That's the whole point of it. Start planning, who? Everyone, and when? Now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why all this money information is so important, and I'll let everybody know that all that our guests from today, all their information and links are in description. Same thing with Trish. Her information is description, so you can contact her directly. And you say you work international, kind of like all over the country.
All over. Absolutely.
Work anywhere. Does it go by that? Do financial advisors work by state, or they can work in any state?
Any state. So my office is located in Naples, Florida. However, I have clients everywhere. everywhere, California, New Jersey, New York, Midwest. Now with having everything via WebEx, right, or Zoom, I can have meet clients virtually, and we could do account reviews virtually. So once you're a client of mine, we talk all the time. We do we update your financial plan when things changes in your life. We do an account review. An account review is so important because you need to know what you have, and you need to know how your investment is doing, right? The market will move all the time because things happen. Election, COVID, financial crisis, right? However, if you have a great diversified portfolio, it should not matter how the market is.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah, especially there's going to be so many changes coming ahead in the future with all the technology and everything.
Absolutely.
If people going to try to go through the changes with the knowledge that they have from past, they're going to be wiped out from, I would say, like a lot of things, but also from money. But now if they have the advisors who are learning about it daily life, they have to learn all the updates and everything like that. They can update the client as well. So the client's not going to be left behind with that old knowledge.
Absolutely. That's the reason why a great diversified portfolio is so important. And that needs to be updated and changes as time goes by, and as the market changes. So that's why it's so important to work with an advisor who knows your situation, who knows your goals and risks. So better than if you're doing it yourself, or if you have your money everywhere, or if you don't have an advisor at all. That's even scary.
Or if you're not mad, pretty much what I'm going to say is, well, if you're not matching your money, you're losing money.
Oh, you're totally losing money. I think that's right. That's literally the key. If you're not managing your money, you're losing. Absolutely.
And then you end up like working paycheck to paycheck and you don't know what to do, instead of actually being not worried. It doesn't matter, like in the moments where people don't have money or they don't have money yet, you start slowly and you find out what are the right steps to do to get where you have money. And then your money starts growing, because a lot of people, even the big people, they say they're making money with the business they're doing, but the real money, actually their wealth, is coming from the investments and money management, and their financial advisors are the ones who making their real money that they have.
Absolutely.
The work that they're doing.
Absolutely. And that touch upon, right? If you're a business owner, you concentrate on your business, which is great, but you need to diversify also and start saving for your retirement and the side and for your daily living. The worst is I had a client who are late 60s and want to retire. I did a financial planning for them, and I could tell you they will outlive their money. And I had to tell them that they have to keep on working. And it's a hard topic to say that, but if they stop working, they will totally outlive their money. And that's the scariest thing. And I felt so bad for them. I wish they came to me when they were in their 30s, 40s, 50s, instead of almost 70, and said, I'm ready to retire, but they did not have enough. And their expense was so much. And I told them, I was like, I had to tell them that they have to keep on working, and that's the hardest thing to say, but it's the truth.
What age were they?
I'm sorry, what?
What age were they? How old were they?
The husband was 69 and the wife was 67. She was done working in a hospital, and she wanted to stop. Actually, no, the wife was younger, 64. And I told her, I was like, you can't, their expenses were so high that if they stop working, their Social Security is not going to be enough. They didn't have pension. They didn't have, this retirement was so small. So if they start using their retirement money, that's going to be gone. what will what will you do? What are they do? What are they going to do when they're in the mid 70s, 80s? And that's the scariest thing, is to outlive your money.
Mhm. Okay, our time is gonna come to the end as well, Trish. Thank you so much for
You're
this.
welcome.
Yeah, it's really important. Everybody, you have to start uh, managing your money now.
Now,
And for your kids, if you have kids who are graduating this year, get them appointments with financial manager,
absolutely.
with financial advisor, and your parents as well. If you have elderly parents and they
Everyone,
put you into their whatever,
everyone.
get there into a financial management appointment with financial advisor
Yep,
so they can set up so they will be able to retire and live their retirement perfectly too. Do you have
absolutely.
any last words?
Thank you so much, Piret, for letting me share this with you. Again, what Annette was saying, that I feel like this is my purpose, and even if someone, if I can come across to one person, that will make me feel better, so good that I've done my purpose. Hopefully, be more, but
Mhm.
hopefully, I helped.
It's always, I always say as well, like one, if I help one person, it's really good. I already done everything. But at the end, I look back and like already helped hundreds. So like, but I keep on saying, and you for you as well, probably you probably helped hundreds of people, which is giving a little bit of knowledge. But then you say like each one is important.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you, Piret, for letting me have this platform.
Yeah. Thank you, Trish, and have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, and we're gonna go right next to our next topic, from financial management to time management. And I'm gonna bring in the next guest, that is Sabrina Hall. Hi,
Hi. It's good to
we're
be
going.
here.
Nice to have you in our show. And it's interesting that we're going right from financial management to time management.
Well, time is money, right? That's what we say.
Yeah, it's interesting how it lined up perfectly like that. Let's start with introducing you a little bit. Tell us a little bit about what you do, Sabrina.
So I'm a neuro-linguistic programming coach and a self-mastery mentor. And I've been a coach for 4 years now. I've been helping people online all over the world. But my specialty is to help mothers create time for themselves so they can put themselves first and see themselves as one of their priorities and achieve their goals and aspirations, get back to connecting with themselves beyond motherhood.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And we're going to talk with you about time management,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which is really important for everybody. That you were mentioning, you mostly work with mothers, but time management is important for everyone.
Absolutely. And the way I do time management is very different from what people do out there. So I'm really looking forward to get talking, actually, because it's such like a
Tell us
very interesting topic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask first, because I was telling other viewers that I have some people that I have met before, and I have not met you before. This is the first time I'm meeting
First
you.
time.
So, what is your accent from?
I'm French.
French.
Yeah. So I might have like a different accent because I've been in the UK for 24 years now. I was meant to be in the UK for 6 months, I think, around 6 months. Yeah, just to learn English. And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed my time here in the UK. And things got better and better for me in terms of my work, social life, and the way I felt, because the language got easier and easier. I started from not being able to speak the language to being able to obviously like speak quite well. Now, hopefully, after 24 years, I still do a little bit of like some mistakes here and there. And sometimes what I do as well is making my own expressions. It doesn't make any sense in the UK, but I'm translating very often in French sometimes and creating my own expressions. So yeah.
Yeah, I can connect with you on that, because for me as well, English is not my native language. My native language is Estonian. So I'm comfortable with doing the mistakes, because it's more important to talk than to be scared of talking. I know actually some really, really intelligent and people with a lot of knowledge, but they're scared to talk in English about that, like what they know.
Yeah.
So they're scared of making mistakes, and then they're holding their whole potential back just because of being scared of making that little just verbal mistake that nobody's gonna even notice, really.
I know, it's such a shame, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because people who are not doing what they want to do because of those fears, we are really stopping themselves from fully experiencing what it's like to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
And I went on a pottery course not long ago, and we had a choice between just manual pottery and using the ceramic and the clay to make pottery, or we could use the wheel. And out of 6 people, I was the only person wanting to use the wheel. I was so excited. I was like, oh, I want to do it like in the film Ghost and doing it. And then I got really excited. And the teacher was like, anybody else? And people didn't want to do it. They're like, oh no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm thinking like, why? Just have fun. Just be playful and curious, And I feel like when we are children, we don't have those limits. We jump off walls. We're not scared of falling off and hurting ourselves. We try again and try again. We a bit more like curious and playful. And as we get older, we learn how to kind of be ashamed and how to feel guilty. We learn all those things. And then those habits get ingrained into our subconscious until, like, if we're not bringing that up, then what happens is that we grow older and older into elderlies who are scared of everything, who are staying at home. They don't dare to go out of the house. They don't dare to go to the gym. They don't dare to speak to strangers. And those patterns are very, very dangerous, I think. And we have to really raise our awareness to what's going on in our head and calling ourselves out when we see that we are limiting ourselves, because this is not a fun game, otherwise, life.
Mm-hmm. And that's important to acknowledge that you're actually having that fear, not to let the fear take over you. Acknowledge that you have it, and then take the action anyways.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I am scared, but I'm still doing it.
Exactly. We could talk about that as well one day.
Okay, let's go to that time management. You said you have something different that usually people think about when they
So time management, or mastering your time, is actually a very complex thing to do. And this is my field of expertise, alongside with self mastery in my coaching, which is very much at the core of what I do. And time management is so interesting, because many people, when they talk about time management and when they want to get better at their time, they would think straight away of applications, like apps to help them manage their time, diaries and planners, and strategy orientated solution. And although that's amazing, it won't last for very long, and you won't create consistent results with your time if you are not addressing the subconscious, if you are not addressing the mindset that you have around time, the relationship you have around time. So underneath the relationship that you have with time, You have self-worth, for example, that's one of them. If someone doesn't feel fully worth it, they will give their time away. So time is really like money. You have to know how to save it. You have to know how to spend it. You have to know how to invest it, how to manage it. You have to know how to not waste it. And that requires the mindset for it. If the person who's requiring more time management wants to create consistent progress and consistent results with their time, they have to address, how do I feel about myself? Because if somebody doesn't feel worthy, for example, and there's many other aspects, if somebody doesn't feel worthy, then they will give their time away. They will overcommit. They will overthink. They will overgive. They will overwork. And when you have a relationship with yourself, this is why self-mastery works really well with time mastery as well. You will not be able to make consistent progress. You might have your app, you might read the books that tell you how to save time, how to manage time. You might have, the planner, and you might do it for like a week or two or a month, and then you will fall back into the old habits. A bit like money, a bit like losing weight, going to the gym. If you haven't got the mindset to it with it, it won't work for very long. So this is what I'm saying, like the way I do it is very different, because many people will just address the strategies and the superficial layers of time management.
Yeah, you already mentioned some of the things that got my attention. That it was like, oh, I never thought about it this way.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought about how you're giving your time away to other people, and when you don't have the values, and you're giving it to the wrong places or wrong people, or you just. I always thought about management, about like how I manage my time, and never paid attention how other people around me, they take my time as well. So they kind of
Yeah.
like, oh, how can I control my time while other people need my time too?
Absolutely. And this is around understanding fully what your values are, what matters to you in life, because we all have 24 hours, right? And we've already heard that before,
Mhm.
but how come that some people who have 3 kids, a business, can manage? Some people do manage to do it.
Mhm.
And the difference is, first, they have the strategies, but they also have the mindset. They value their time. They value their energy. They value their money usually as well.
Mhm.
And so those three uh, factors, they're very close together. They're very similar. Energy, time, and money, very, very similar. And for example, if let's say, for example, someone is not feeling that they're living up to their purpose,
Mhm.
and they're feeling that this urge inside their body, their soul, that I want to do something, but I don't know what. And they're busy, they're overworking, and they can't think straight. And there are sometimes, like when I'm working with clients, patterns that I can see very quickly, where actually the self-sabotage pattern, when they are sabotaging, what they're trying to do, is being busy
Mhm.
and putting everyone first. And if I ask them, the first thing they would say is like, "Oh yeah, but they need me and everything that's urgent." But they don't realize that actually underneath, they allow themselves to believe that everything else is urgent but them, because they do not want to take the uncomfortable actions. So they would come up with reasons or excuses to do everything else but think about themselves. Or somebody who doesn't have purpose maybe will end up mindlessly doing shopping online, mindlessly shop things to fill up a gap. They would overeat. They would scroll endlessly on the reels on Instagram, social media, feeling like everything is urgent, everything has to be done now. They have to look at their emails or reply to their friends' podcast on WhatsApp, and doing all of that. And this is killing a lot of their time. But it's only because it's coming from a place of feeling discomfort and feeling like they're not fulfilled at the core of their soul. And so they would waste a lot of time, despite them wanting more time, if that makes sense. So it's like a really contradictive.
And at the end of that, when that part of the day is over, then they gonna spend another amount of time feeling guilty.
Exactly. It's a massive vicious circle.
They feel guilty for what they just did, spending even more time on something like, which is kind of like a negative feeling guilty that now they spent that time.
Yeah, exactly. It is a very like sticky, vicious circle for sure. So when I'm working with my clients, I have to look at all the angles around that. And a lot of people who, who are familiar with my work, have heard me spoke about that before. They understand that my approach is very different. I work with the subconscious. I use NLP to tackle those patterns as well. So it's not just, oh, here, I don't do like a lot of coaches do that. And it's like, oh, here are the strategies. This is what you need. A bit like, if you want to lose weight, okay, you need to eat X calories, you need to go to the gym 3 times a week, but if you're not tackling the mindset, it's really hard to do it. Same with money. People can say, save some money, don't spend on this, just spend it on this, put some money on crypto. Like, we know what to do. Like, most people know how to lose weight. Most people know how to save money. That we know the concept, and we know the concept of managing our time. But the thing that is lacking, and this is why I feel so excited about my work, the thing that is lacking and the thing that is so crucial is the mindset, is the relationship that we have with ourselves. Yeah. So, like I said, worthiness, not feeling enough, and when you have that, this is just underneath the superficial layer of not having time. And underneath that is usually linked with either childhood or adult trauma, or there are many, many roots linked with that. So it's actually, with my work, is working on the root. So we create sustainability with the results. And it's like, imagine a tree and you have beautiful fruits, they're only coming up because the roots are healthy. So if the roots are not healthy, you won't create beautiful fruits. It's the same thing with ourselves. Sometimes what we do is putting a plaster, and getting on with life. Whereas actually, the best thing to do if we want to create consistency with how we feel and how we show up for ourselves is to work on the root problem. And it's not always nice. It's not always nice. And that's why a lot of people don't want to do it. Unconsciously, it's like, no, I'd rather put the plaster for a while. Yeah.
So I think that's one reason why as well the coaching business has taken off, and instead of therapy, it's because it's more personalized. So it's not like you were saying, everybody says like, oh, eat this, or do this. It's like personalized to you, your life, and what you should be doing, instead of like trying to follow what everybody should doing. It's because everybody's life is different.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
they should make it personalized for their situation.
Absolutely. And I feel like also, like with what I do, I've got coaching and therapy at the same time, because NLP, neuro linguistic programming, is a form of therapy. So I combine coaching and therapy. So therapy that is like for the past and looking at that. And then coaching is, yeah, we can look at the past a little bit, but it's a bit different. And then we're moving forward. So it's a powerful combination for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But what I meant by that was the old traditional therapy,
Yeah,
where it's just like talking. So the like,
like counseling or
yeah, therapy
yeah,
has changed now as well. The way
very
there's
much.
more tools in the therapies and different ways to do it as well. So, but let's go to time management. And well, how do person starts who never managed their time before? It's just always been all over. So how do they start? Something really simple, Sabrina, where they can just something very easy to start with.
I will usually when I start with a client, I will do some form of audit. So for the people who are watching today, I would say look at the different areas of your life. Take a piece of paper and a pen. Look at and I write down, relationship with your partner, relationship with your children, relationship with your friends, and then you have work, business, career, fitness, food, and just try to get like, it doesn't have to be really rigid. I mean, you have thousands and thousands of like little little areas of life, but just start with maybe 5 or 6 and just really focus on each area, really asking yourself the question, how do I feel about this relationship? Does it make me feel drained or does it make me feel inspired? So, for example, um, with let's say food, or partner, how do I feel about that? Do I feel drained with that? Do I feel energized? Because the thing is, so this is also part of my framework, which I can share. It's a very simple framework that I used for all my clients is decluttering, activating, and implementing. So decluttering on all levels, decluttering on a social, mental, emotional, spiritual, financial level. So what is draining my bank, basically, my social bank, my financial, nutritional bank, whatever. How do I feel? So it's really raising awareness to that. And then you've got the activating, which is okay, we've decluttered a lot of things, and that could be decluttering people. It
Mm-hmm.
could be decluttering toxic conversations and putting boundaries around that. It could be decluttering junk decluttering. It could be decluttering your apps on your phone or multiple tabs open. That again, when you are decluttering, now I don't want to go too much in details, but when you are starting the decluttering process, physical, emotional, all of that, then we have to also address the subconscious because there will be that will be coming from a deeper, like a root problem. So let's keep, because it's a big topic, time management, right? So we would be decluttering, look around in your life at the things that are wasting it, basically. First, are you talking with people who are draining your energy? Put some boundaries. Are you do you have habits that are wasting your time? Do you say yes to things that you should say no to? Do you overwork? Do you say, if you have a business, do you tell your clients that yes, of course I can work on Sunday night, it's not a problem, let's book a session, so where do you do that? Where do you bend backward? Where do you jeopardize your values? Because that's also, it's a vicious circle, because that will affect your self-esteem and your trust in yourself as well, because you're bending backward constantly. So this is like a whole, there's so many things like around that. And then how do you activate? That's the second the second pillar on my framework. How do you activate? How do you feel good? How do you feel alive? And with that, once you have made space with the decluttering process, then you have more space for activation to feel good about yourself. Now, what does that mean? It means changing the way you speak with yourself in your head. So instead of having draining thoughts, you have thoughts that are making you feel excited and happy. You might dance, move your body, change your physiology. You might use a different language. So instead of feeling, instead of belittling yourself or criticizing yourself to people, you're just changing it. You just using empowering words, loving words, caring words, words that are making you feel appreciated, words that are making you feel grateful about yourself, as opposed to the decluttering, right? Like what we did before. And then you've got implementing, and that's about the strategies, like implementing new strategies to create the time. So that could be the planning, diary, organization, many things like that. It could be, if you have a business, it could be 30-minute calls instead of 45-minute calls, or, so you're kind of changing all of that. And as you are implementing, you will find that you have more patterns underneath that are trying to stop you from implementing, because you will feel like unsafe and it's new territory. And so the decluttering process starts again, where you are decluttering some of the patterns and some of the beliefs attached to creating new habits. So hopefully that's helping a little bit, giving like a little bit of overview in how you can start feeling more spacious, creating personal space, bigger bandwidth, and creating more time. One thing that came up as well as I was talking is a lot of women, especially men as well, but a lot of women find it really hard to ask for support. They want to do it themselves. They feel like if they do ask for support, they're gonna be seen as incapable or weak. And that's also a way to waste your time, because if you're not reaching out for support and you're not daring to say, can you help me? Can you do this for me, or can you do that for me, or hiring a gardener if you have the money, or somebody to clean your house, or whatever, because we want to do it all on our own. That's also going to stop you from creating time, right? So many different aspects. So it's really, really, really interesting. Yeah, I'm very passionate about it, as you can tell.
That's good that you pointed it out, because that is a time management when you can give some of the jobs that you're like thinking that you have to do by yourself, you're giving it out to somebody else to do. That's part of time management.
Absolutely. And I see that with a lot of business people who want to do everything themselves, and they don't want to, give bits of their work to somebody else, and I do struggle with that, like whatever I'm sharing today, I want to put a disclaimer, is that I do struggle sometimes with time management. It's not like I have it perfect, and it's something that I'm working on all the time. I can't let my foot off the pedal. It's like going to the gym. If you want to, be fitter, you just have to go, on a regular basis. You can't just go, okay, let's go to the gym for like 6 months and that's it. I've got I'm feeling fit. I am fit, and that's it. Time management is the same thing.
You stop doing it.
I know, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Go to the gym for like 3 months and that's it. You don't have to do anything anymore. So, for me, this is how I see it as well, with like time management, money management, energy management, and it's practicing and training that muscle.
And still, there's going to be some days that the time management doesn't go like this, the way you planned.
Exactly.
And that's what I was talking in the beginning, really beginning of this show. I was talking about when something happens that you didn't plan, you just have to readjust the time management and just do little changes. And the changes are okay when you do positive changes, not just changes that like, okay, I don't really feel like doing it and I'm not going to do it at all. And then I feel guilty. But if you say like, I'm not feeling to do it right now because I just need a break, and you take that break, but then you go back and still do it later on.
Exactly. You are so right. I mean, so many times I fall off the wagon, and it's I feel like, not I feel like, I know that it's what we make of it. What we, let me phrase that. It's, what we make of it. If we make it mean something about ourselves or not. So if we fall off track, are we saying to ourselves, that, oh, I'm messing this up, I'm a failure, this is never gonna work, I knew it. Are we making it mean something about ourselves?
Mm-hmm.
Or are we just not making it mean something about ourselves and we just go back on track and that's it? Do you know what I mean? But there's so much time wasting again. That's like a sabotage pattern of when we fall off the wagon, we are thinking, oh, this is it, da, 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 we throw off the towel. And that's also in the brain is time wasting. We're wasting our energy on the wrong thoughts. And we make it mean something about us as humans. At the end of the day, we are dealing with a human brain, and it's very complex, and it's very hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to remember that, be kind to ourselves, be compassionate, and be loving, and just keep going.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sabrina, our time is coming to the end as well. And for all the viewers, I'm reminding you that all the timelines are in description and there's contact information for Sabrina. So definitely go to her website and find out other ways that she can be beneficial to you. And with what I wanted to say about time as well, a lot of time people, when they say they don't have time, it's actually they are not making the time. It's like
Mm-hmm.
there's no thing that I don't have time. It's just like you are not making the time for that thing.
Yeah, and is that thing important to them or not?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say for the end is all?
No, that's
Well,
fine. Thank you so much for having me. It was great chatting with you, and yeah, it was great. And yeah, I've got loads to
yeah.
say, but it would take
Yeah.
me 3
And
hours, I think.
there's the internet link is on a description. So everybody, if you want to keep on talking with Sabrina and you're watching it, I know this one goes live, but if you watch it from a year from now or something else, still all the websites and everything they're valid, and go link on the website. They get in contact if you're watching it in what right now is 2024. If you're watching it 2030, you can still go and
Gosh,
find out more information.
you made us old all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Piret, and have a lovely day. And thank you so much for having me again. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thank you, Sabrina. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, and now we go into the really exciting part in our day as well. We're gonna bring it Annette, and I'm gonna talk a little bit with her, and she's gonna do your little yoga and movement session. Hi, Annette.
Hello, thank you for having me. It's so nice to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us for all this segment. I was really excited about bringing it in. I have conversations with the ladies and then have some movement as well. It makes a big difference.
It does, especially to break up such amazing content. It's always nice to kind of and then get the creative juices flowing as well with all the amazing people that you're bringing on. So thank you for having me too.
And people can come out and depends how you're watching. If you're watching it all through from beginning to end, or you just go to segments, you can always come back in one segment, another segment, or you can just come back and do this yoga later on, and maybe even come back and do this yoga every day. One thing I wanted to mention as well before I'm gonna let you talk about yourself, I was looking at your photos in your Instagram and everything, and in my mind, I thought you were in your late 20s, late 20s and 30s.
I'm very flattered, but no, as of this recording, as of what is today, April 12th, 2024, I turned 53 last month.
Really?
Yes.
That's still more than I thought, because I'm right now in the same time. I'm 42, and I thought like you were saying something 42, and I thought like, well, she's saying 43. There, you were mentioning something at 43. So I thought, well, she's my age, but like you seriously, you look in your 30s.
Oh my gosh, you're so kind. Thank you. Yeah, I think that you might have thought that too, because I came back to dance at the age of 43. That was about 10 years ago, 2014. And so I'm 53 now. And so I've been dancing for the last 10 years, but gave it up for 20 years. So I came back to it when people would say, or, you know, in the context of things, it's like, oh, you're too old. You're too old. And I'm just a testimony of many that you're never too old to go back to what you love.
Yeah. And starting again, like where you want to do things. I'm still blown away with everything like this. It's exactly really important again. Like the time to start is now. If there's still some
Correct.
goals that you want to achieve or do, start now. The small step that you did. What was your? Let's go to a small step. What was the first small step you did to go back?
First small step was making the decision to go back. And actually to go back, this is so serendipitous because I'm in the studio of the place that welcomed me back after 20 years. Like I found it by accident. This is where I started training. I decided, okay, let me just get back. So the decision to just come back to move my body because I was really, really out of shape. And so yes, let me just get back in to get my health back because my health was deteriorating. So I'm in one of the studios that I used to train in. So this is great.
Okay, and tell me a little bit about yourself, and then we go to the session.
Well, as you see, my name is Annett Bone. I am a dance artist. I'm also a relationship coach and a marketer. I also teach yoga, so I do a couple different things. And as we had alluded to, I came back to my first love, dance, at the age of 43 in 2014. And I've actually done more in my dance career, my professional career, than I ever did in my 20s. When I quit, I started, I actually got my degree in dance. And then I quit immediately. And there's a whole story to that. But I'm so happy to be here to just be a testament that movement and mindset can totally change the trajectory of so many different areas of your life. And I'm hoping in this short time together, we can just be in our bodies, feel good, give ourselves permission to just be who we are, where we're at, and that you can be who you are at any time. And that's still amazing and still valuable, and I just want to encourage that to just be the amazing person that you already are. And so I'm just a testimony of that.
I'm gonna put you on your own screen, like you're gonna be by yourself on a screen so people can follow you and everything, and
okay.
Then just follow through. It's gonna be around 20 minutes for to do your session. I believe that's what you were saying. And then when you're ready, let me know, and we got finalize it as well. But I'm excited to see all the movements and do it with you. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Here you go. You're going to be by yourself. Okay?
Hello again. My name, I'm, oh, awesome. I see it. Hello again. My name is Annette. I will be guiding you through this short yoga movement, dance session, whatever you want to refer to it. It is your practice. So my cues might be ahead or behind where you're at. Totally fine. My goal is that you just feel comfortable within your body, get some movement, notice how you're breathing, how you're landing right now at this moment in this space. You can be sitting on a block. You can sit on your mat. If you have a bolster or a blanket, you can even be sitting in a chair. It's totally accessible to whatever you have available. So let's just get started seated. And you can be cross-legged if you want to bring the legs out. You want to be in a straddle, totally fine, as long as you're comfortable. I invite you to close your eyes or just gaze softly down toward the surface, and just whatever's comfortable. Take a deep breath in through the nose. Exhale, side out, let it go. Deep inhale, filling the belly, the lungs, the back of the ribs, like a cylinder. Exhale, let it go out the mouth. And just continue to breathe normally. If you want to engage a more focused breathing in yoga, it's called ujjayi, nostril breathing, where you're breathing in and out the nose, kind of like the sound of an ocean, back of the throat, slight constriction. If that, you can just breathe out of your mouth and just breathe, focus on the breath. And as you're getting settled, know that this short time can be very beneficial for you. After you do it, later on in the day, maybe even later on in the week, you are worth the time and effort to take care of yourself. Helps you to show up as your best self in all the things that you do. And as you get settled, notice any sensitivities in your body. Anything that you have to adjust or modify is great. Yoga, movement in general, in my philosophy, is not a performance. It's a practice. It's a process. And it accepts you where you're at. That's what I so appreciate about the yoga practice. Take one more deep breath in. Exhale, let it go. As you're seated wherever you're at, start moving the head side to side, ear to shoulder, and notice the sides of the neck. You can stay in one part of the stretch. And again, my cues are for reference only. So move as your body is guiding you to move. When you land on one side, whatever side it is, stay there for a moment and nod your head as if you are saying yes. Just for a few moments, and then go to the other side, just even it out. And then when you are ready, come to center, and you're going to start rotating the head side to side, looking one way, looking the other way. And same thing, if you need to stay in one part of the stretch, you can. When you decide to land on one side, same thing as you did with ear to shoulder, you want to nod your head as if you are saying yes. And then just make sure you get to the other side as if you are saying yes. You're saying yes to all the good things that your body does, all the wonderful things that you have in this week ahead, and in this session, all the wonderful speakers to come. Tuck the chin, look down toward the floor, and then lift the chin up toward the ceiling. You do not have to release the head back. The goal of this is just to get the stretch in the back of the neck and the front of the throat. So again, not about depth, it's about sensation. And then when you are ready, pick a direction and just one or two slow circles in one direction. Again, stopping where you need to, and then the other direction, more or less. When you are ready, coming to center and noticing how you're sitting, bring the shoulders forward, up to the ears, and then back toward the back of the room. Maybe 2 or 3 just big, exaggerated shoulder circles, and then make sure that you reverse the direction. When you are ready, come to center. Hands are comfortable on your lap, wherever they're at. Send the chest up toward the sky for a seated cow pose. And then exhale, you're going to round the back, scoop the belly. And then seated cow, once again, looking up toward the sky. And then round for seated cat. And then from here, just take any kind of intuitive movement. So you're moving the ribs any way that you want. Maybe you're doing a slight twist. Maybe you're pausing again. Maybe you're focusing on the scapula here, the lat. Anything that you want, you might be feeling it in the lower back. We're all built so differently. When you are ready, bring the hands behind you. They can be facing any way. Bring the feet out in front of you and just windshield wipe the knees side to side gently. And again, you can stay however you want in one side. Maybe the feet are a little bit more apart. And then when you are ready, let's come to all fours, tabletop, also called quadruped in some movement practices. Making sure that the wrists are underneath the shoulders, knees are aligned underneath the hips. And just noticing how it feels to have weight on the hands and weight on the knees. If you need any support, you can put cushioning under the knees. You can also angle the wrists out if you have wrist sensitivities, and make sure that there's equal distance between the fingers. And from here, you can just start making some small circles one way. They do not have to be in any kind of order. Just kind of move, getting some weight into the wrists. And then when you are ready, bring the hands forward. You can still have a little bit out if you still have that wrist sensitivity. Tuck the toes, and you're going to recommend bending the knees. You can pedal it out, wiggle the hips a little bit. You do not have to be completely still. I know there's some yoga practices where they don't even want you to scratch your nose. You just have to come to stillness. But for me, it's like, feel your body, feel where you're at, move how your body is guiding you to move. Take a deep breath in and take a deep breath out. From here, you can crawl the hands to the feet or feet to the hands. Easy forward fold, allowing the body to just relax and cascade over the legs. Trying to release the back, trying to release the head. You can do kind of a ragdoll position with hands clasped at the elbows. You can also clasp the hands behind the nape of the neck, get a little bit more traction. If you want more shoulder stretch, clasp the hands behind and just allow the shoulders to open. So anything is welcome here. You want more wrist traction, you can put the hands underneath the feet as if you're stepping. You are stepping on the hands. And your toes are at the crease, your wrist crease. Take another deep breath in and deep breath out. When you are ready, any kind of clasp or bind, allow that to release. Bend the knees deeply, roll it up slowly, stacking vertebra by vertebra until you are standing up and the head is the last thing to arrive. So now you're standing in what's called mountain pose in yoga. And just noticing how it feels to be standing up, knowing that the ground is here to support you. Palms can be forward or that your hands could just be relaxed at your sides. If you need to shake anything out, you can kind of wiggle the hips or wiggle the body a little bit. I'll be facing you now. You can be facing any way you want. Feet can be together or hips width distance apart, even further apart. Inhale, hands to the sky, sweeping them up. Exhale, hands to heart for a moment. Giving yourself gratitude. Inhale, hands to the sky. Exhale, hands to heart. This time, inhale, hands to the sky. Clasp one wrist, stretch it up, an easy side stretch, getting some side traction. You can be looking toward that arm away. You can be looking straight ahead. Inhale, hands to the sky. Clasp the other hand, wrist. And again, you're getting a side stretch on the other side. And breathe. Since we have such a short time together, we're moving through this a little bit quickly. I just want to make sure that you get some kind of full body movement. Bring your hands to heart. Let's take a moment again. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. You're going to heel toe the feet a little bit wider and go into what's called, in dance, this is called second position. In yoga, this is called horse stance or goddess squat. If you need to be a little bit higher, you can. We're just kind of engaging the inner thighs, hips, outer thighs. Hands could be at your heart. They can be on your thighs. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. One more inhale. Exhale, let's bring the hands up. And then let's toe heel or just step in back into your mountain pose. And hands could just be on your sides here. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. Now, starting from the head, let's get into some other movement. Start moving, just moving the head. We've been moving the head from the beginning. So you can kind of turn again, just like what you were doing. Maybe you want to take some waves. Maybe you feel like there's a string on top and you're getting a little bit taller, or maybe there's a string pulling you back. What are the different planes of movement that your head can go? Nothing painful or extreme that's going to make you feel uncomfortable. And if you get dizzy, just stop, take a breath. Now let's work our way down. What does it feel to have the collarbone move? Maybe you haven't had, unless you take movement classes, like what does it feel when you're projecting the collarbone? And allow the head to move along with it. we're looking at different initiation points of movement. Like, what does it do to your body? Do you feel anything interesting? This is a lot of improvisational work as well. Now from here, what does it feel like to move the bottom of the ribs? Does it give you a little bit more leeway with the head? Maybe the hands are here. Maybe you put your hands on the bottom of the ribs to see how much it moves, where it contracts. You want to do a little bit side stretch, something like that. And now let's go into the pelvis. Maybe the legs are a little bit apart. What does it feel to circle the hips? Maybe you do a figure 8. Maybe you're just leaning side to side. And then allow the hips to guide what else is going to move. Now, this is not about choreography. I'm not teaching you choreography. I'm inviting you to explore the different ways your body responds to which body part is initiating the movement. And this is going to look differently for all of us, right? But I just love this space to explore and find ways that my body, I didn't know my body could do that, or wow, that feels interesting, or I don't want to do that again. So there's no right or wrong. This is just a movement experiment. Bend the knees a little bit and see what that does to the rest of your body as you move from the knees. Maybe you're going forward, maybe you're going back to the side. Keep moving and exploring. I'm just going to check the time, so I'm honoring how much time we have. Okay, so we're good. From here, get some traction into the feet. I don't know if you have socks, fine. If you have shoes, fine. I'm barefoot because I'm on my mat and I'm in the studio. What does it feel like to feel as if like you're crushing grapes, or that you're stepping in honey, or something like really thick and viscous? Can you articulate the toes, maybe the ball of the foot, maybe the heel? Allow that to have every other part of your body explore. Again, it's not to look like me, to move like me. It's to look and move like you. So how does that feel to like you're stepping? Maybe you lift a foot up. So with all of those different prompts, maybe pick one and focus. Maybe there's another part of the body you want to focus on. One thing I learned way back is like, this part was very hard for me to open, this side part here, right? So I spent a lot of time like really stretching and really feeling like, what does it feel like to initiate movement from this side of the body? What does it feel like to initiate movement from this back of the knee? What does it feel like to initiate movement from this inner webbing between the pinky and the ring finger? I mean, just all kinds of interesting things that you could do with movement, right? Your movement, how do you feel? What does this make you feel like doing? What does it prompt curiosity-wise? Where can you take this? You know, you can take it bigger. Can you make it faster? Can you make it looser? Like, you'd be really loosey-goosey, right? Movement that's just you're just kind of loose, kind of letting gravity kind of take you down, right? Let's kind of go down, see what that feels like. And then what does it feel like when you're defying gravity? There's a little bit more resistance. Like my arms right now, I'm being pulled side to side. I'm negating the gravity. Otherwise, if I was just letting gravity pull me down, I'd be like this, right? So what does it feel like to stretch? Like, think about your body stretching in all the corners of the room. What does that feel like? It might not look like this. It might look totally different, but what does that feel like from here? Like if it was radiating out, what does your body feel like? So take this stretch quality, and maybe you focus on one part of the body that's stretching. Like I was talking about this side thing here. I worked on that for so long because I felt so stuck. What does it feel like to stretch the legs out? What does it feel like to stretch the foot out at this diagonal? Like there's all kinds of different, look around your room too. Is there something you don't notice you can focus on? And like for me, I see this mirror on this side. There's a line. So I'm inspired to take the quality of this very linear line and move how I feel looking at that. You don't see it here, but I have these blinking lights that I don't know how to turn off in this studio. So what is it inspiring me? What is it kind of activating me to do? It's like going, so I feel this kind of like shaking. Now I'm looking at it, it's like, I want to shake. So pick something in your room, like, okay, what is that kind of like prompting me to do? Maybe it's not prompting me to do anything, but just let's count down for like 10 seconds. Pick something that we just did. There was a lot, kind of, I know. Pick something we did. I'm going to count 10 and just let it be what it's going to be. So let's start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's come back to our mountain pose. Take a deep breath in. And take a deep breath out. Take another inhale. And take another exhale. Why don't we just come back to seated as we are closing out. Again, you can be seated, and this is called Sukhasana in yoga. Bolster, pillow, block. Take a deep breath in. Hands to the sky. And easy forward fold. Just relax. Not about depth, not how far you go. Trying to release the back. And deep breath out. Come back up gently, rolling up slowly, and just switch the crossing of the legs if you had it crossed. Otherwise, if you were in butterfly, that works. And whatever you were at, just do the opposite. Take an inhale, sitting up tall. Exhale, easy forward fold. Just relax. Just noticing how your body feels. Even in a short movement session, you've activated some stuff internally that's going to serve you the rest of your day, and knowing that you can come back to this at any time. Gently roll it up slowly, hands behind you, legs out again, winch like the knees, kind of release that. And then let's come back to center, back into that seated position. Easy side to side stretches, just as we did. At your own pace, you can go a little bit further, maybe elbow comes down further to the ground. And then just kind of easy twist side to side. This is really like, let the arms go. We're not negating gravity here. And then one more time, coming to center, take a deep breath in. Maybe the hands are in the center, thumbs to heart. Soft gaze down or eyes closed. Thank you so much for allowing me to guide you through this short movement practice.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me? Yeah?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So all the information to contact with Annette is in the description as well. And I did it with you. I did it in a chair, but I was still like able to move and everything. And it's amazing. People don't understand how the movement is so important. So everybody watching a replay, make sure you do all the movement, or for planning, everybody, it just feels different when you add this little amount, 10 or 20 minutes of movement in your day. It changes your day.
Agreed.
And the more you do it, the more your body connects with your mind, and you have you have this spontaneous control. It's not like you're just reacting on things. You actually be able to control a little bit, because dance is kind of like you're controlling, but you're not controlling.
It's a balance for sure, and it's such a beautiful space to be in, and allowing yourself to be who you are, the way that you move uniquely. There's such a freedom and beauty in that, and I love to encourage that in when I teach.
Mm-hmm. So in my context, I have your Instagram, and from there they can get all the other information how to contact you, right?
Correct. If you DM me on Instagram, ANNETTBONE, and put the word move, we can start the dialogue of getting a customized blueprint for your movement practice. So we can talk more about that, but I would love to hear from you.
Mm-hmm. That's perfect. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you for this session. It was, I enjoyed it, and people probably enjoyed it as well. And the people in the replay, everybody can always come back. If you did it now, You can always come back, and I'm going to put in a timeline when it is in a timeline, so you can just go there and do the yoga session with Annette.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Annette. Bye. And now we are ready for our next topic. And next topic is actually really interesting because that is something that I don't even know anything about. It's going to be, let me, I have to even read it. It's adaptability within the sense of tolerance. And that is going to be with Reese. We'll wait a little bit until Reese comes on a stage, and we're going to find out what that is. Let's give her a little bit time. And meanwhile, comment and tell us how was your experience with the dance and movement. And I'm looking forward for all the comments as well, especially with people who are watching a replay. You think that the comments don't matter, but they really do. So that'd be great to hear back from you. About how you enjoyed and how what were the other episodes that you liked. Let me know and get the feedback of what segments you liked as well. Just a second. Okay. And we have Reese joined us in the studio. I'm going to bring her in. And we're going to talk. You're going to find out about what. Hi, Reese. Can you hear me?
Hey, darling, how are you?
Good. How are you? So I was even reading from the paper there. Remember when we first talked and we talked about the common topics to talk about? And one of the things you brought up was this complicated sentence: adaptability within the zone of tolerance. And I was like, well, let's talk about that because I really don't even know what that means. So tell us a little bit about yourself first, and then we will talk about the topic.
Okay, I lost you. I think you're back.
Oh, okay. Where did you lost me? Maybe there's a little.
I heard your voice, but I think I dropped you at I was reading in the paper.
Okay. So there might be a little delay. Let's see if we'll fix this when the connection gets established. And I was telling people how when you told me about the topic that I didn't even know what it means. But before we go to there, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing?
See, the zone of tolerance is really just a term mentioning our own mental state of arousal in the zone that is best for our productivity and ability to exist in a high functioning way without being overwhelmed or underwhelmed.
how do I would understand that? So it's I adapt to the situation.
Yeah, like our ability and really, okay, this is too much for me, or not enough for me. Like when you're outside of the zone of tolerance from either hyper or hypo arousal, you'll be depressed, like experiencing way too much stimulus. So it's that zone in the middle where you're eager and ready to experience the day-to-day ins and outs of life.
Okay, yeah, and that's interesting. But the way you talk about it, it's really interesting to point it out that you actually adapt and to the moment, even if the things are not going the way you're planning them to go.
It exactly. And really it's the ability to handle like those high stress situations without blowing our top and having a little bit of a conniption.
Yeah. So now I'm starting to understand what it means. So you adapt to the situation.
Right? Well, and for me, um, it's something that I always knew about, but hearing it referred to as the zone of tolerance was only something that I learned through actually my own PTSD recovery, where it was a counselor of mine that said, honey, it's your zone of tolerance. That's why you can't function right now. You are way outside of it.
That's interesting. So how are you outside of it? How is it when
Side of
you're
it,
outside of zone of tolerance?
you will generally be like outside of it, you will generally be unable to function, whether that's because you are too overwhelmed by your surroundings and day to day life, or whether you are completely underwhelmed. Like it can present either way, as almost as if you were too depressed or too anxious to function.
Hmm. And how do you adapt to it, or how do you? It happens to a lot of people, especially people going through traumas.
Oh, yeah.
But how do you? So what's the about adaptability part of it?
The adaptability part is really learning your own limits and knowing that on either end of that spectrum, whether you need rest or whether you need to do something to refill your cup, like something creative or potentially something physical, or maybe just some relaxing time with a friend or a loved one. But like to keep yourself in the adaptability aspect of it, you have to day to day be able to know this is what I need when I'm done doing the things that I have to do.
That's interesting. That's why I was interested in this topic because I didn't understand what it means, and now I'm starting to understand what it means. So, and that's what
Right?
it's.
Well, and it's likely something
Can you repeat
like
that?
I imagine you've used it every day your whole life without knowing the ins and outs of the the term.
Exactly. That's what I just wanted to point out, that it's actually something that you live in your daily life and you never think about that this way. You never pay attention for so many things. You don't pay attention until you become aware of it. So,
Exactly.
mhm. And it's important to know yourself. All through this today's speakers and guests, one thing comes out a lot: to know more about yourself. The more you know about yourself, the better your life becomes.
Exactly. And I can say that through every phase of my life. The better I was connected to my own needs and my true values, I was doing better in life.
And that's why it's important for everyone to know that your zone of tolerance, you have to be aware of it so you can adapt to it.
It does require a lot of self-awareness, and that's why even in my practice, I'm always trying to get people to subtly know themselves better bit by bit without it feeling like a monumental task.
Hmm. And you had to go through the trauma where you had to relearn from being paralyzed to being able to do everything all over again. So your zone of tolerance, you probably didn't even, you back then you didn't know that it existed, but back then you were not able to even feel it.
Well, exactly. Like then I was too intertwined with the situation and frankly losing my mind a little bit. Like there was no zone of tolerance. But as I healed and moved forward, it was oh, I can handle whatever life throws at me. I'm okay now.
Hmm. And a lot of people, what happens to them in their daily life, that's what they don't understand what's going on. So they just robotically going through the days and days and days, and they feel frustrated instead of having this adaptability where they can see their life and actually be alive. And then they start seeing how to find ways to enjoy their life.
Exactly. And that's a big part of it as well, because even just including one activity a day that's even less than an hour that brings you joy is going to help contribute and grow the capacity of your zone of tolerance without cognitive effort, because you will be just filling back into yourself instead of constantly pouring into others.
Hmm. And you have to pay attention that what other people tell you that you're supposed to be doing or what other people are doing is not always yours.
Exactly. And frankly, we take on so much of other people's experiences and emotions every day. in every conversation that we have. Like we take a little piece of that with us, even if we handle it well. But if you're not handling it well, those are the things that are going to keep a person up at night.
Or even one thing keep people awake at night, but also ruin relationships. Just simple. Uh, mm-hmm,
Like very much so. Because and especially in relationships, we forget that our partner isn't our therapist, even if they can be a shoulder to lean on, so to speak. Like you're allowed to leave it at, hey babe, this was a hard day. You don't have to talk about it for the next 3 hours.
mm-hmm. You can say it, and you don't have to carry it as an emotion. You can just tell it as a short story and then move on.
Exactly. And if you can't move on, maybe you need to create yourself a little box of secrets where you write about your day, you fold up the piece of paper, and then you put it in the box and let it go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I also like to burn those sheets of paper every once in a while, but you don't have to.
Yeah. So that's what a lot of people struggle with, is the letting go part.
Exactly. Like, you need to be like your toddler reenacting the movie Frozen and let it go.
Perfect. Yes. So because they carry something that happened 10 years ago, and they still carrying with them every day.
Right? Well, and I can even admit in my unhealed self, I like to carry a solid 10 to 15 years with me at all times, but now, not more than a couple of days.
Mm-hmm. It's
Because if we're
amazing
not
how when you
letting
you
it
have
go,
to learn it.
right, that is when the psychological make you sick and very sick.
Mm-hmm. And you can, some of the even I think chronic pains can come out of that because you're not letting go.
Yes, the science actually very much backs that most chronic pain disorders come from emotional turmoil that has just compacted into our bodies because we couldn't release it, process it, or let it go.
And same with that. That's one thing with the body, and same thing with the mind.
And exactly, like, and that's even one of the cool things where our stomach and like our gut flora tie into our mental health just as much as our day-to-day experiences, and that is why one of the ways you can manage the symptoms of your body.
Hmm. What I wanted to say as well, people get they get irritated too fast.
Most definitely. And that just goes to show that they're outside of their zone of tolerance, because if you're immediately going to frustration or anger instead of looking at things from a place of potential understanding, you're outside of your zone of tolerance, baby. Sorry.
Hmm. And then they think like first they get irritated too fast, and then they upset too long on that irritation, that both of those things actually came from inside of them, not from the outside trigger.
Exactly. Like, I hope that one day we get to a point where we realize everything is interconnected to our own well-being. Like, it wasn't truly that person that set you off. It was your own turmoil.
The way you were thinking of that person or that moment, and I was pointing out in when I was started today's show that a lot of times we, instead of listening or being in a moment, we listening just our own thoughts, and we already preparing the answers or reactions, instead of, like you are now bringing out this new term, zone of tolerance, actually becoming aware and choosing some more positive reaction.
And exactly. Right? We are more often than not listening to respond instead of listening to understand. And that has created at least a majority of our conflict in the world today.
And conflicts, all the conflicts actually come from that as well.
I,
For the whole, I want to tell all the viewers as well that there's a little delay, so that's why it gets a little bit delayed with the answers, but that's fine. That's also so zone of tolerance, that there is a technical delay, which people have to
right? Like
understand.
we both handle it.
Hmm. And that's when
Right?
people have
We've
to
handled it very well today. Normally, like generally I would be very frustrated right now, but apparently I am in my own zone of tolerance.
yeah. And people have to understand that in those moments, they have to get, oh, I love this term now. They have to get in that zone of tolerance when moments like this happen, where something outside of their control takes over, and then they have to adapt.
I have to say, I love that the universe or God or whatever gave us a live example.
Exactly. And the same, like, we have the topic and the experience in the same time. Oh, that's cool. So for the viewers as well, this is how it happens. This is how the things in your life happen. They happen in that moment, but that's your own decision how you react.
Apparently, I'm at a point of laughter with it.
And I was just about to say, and if you're able to laugh about that, that's even better. It's like, and that's just gets you through the situations, and then you get to do all the normal things in a normal day. Because what happens with Reese?
Yep.
Keep
Yep.
on laughing.
Yep. Apparently, Reese is just given up on the perfectionism and leaned into the moment. So here's your live example of Reese being within the zone of tolerance instead of outside of it and leaning into, I guess, frustration or sorrow, because it played out how it was supposed to, apparently.
Mm-hmm. And that's amazing that you pointed it out as well. It is true because people have to understand that the choice of getting frustrated on those moments is just gonna ruin their experience and it's gonna ruin their next moments instead of taking it how it is and letting it happen and then move on to the next thing.
Exactly. And that's one thing I've always noticed that you're very good at. You were, from my experiences with you, always in your zone of tolerance.
Well, I learned, I practiced. So I had my time long time ago when I was not in my zone of tolerance and I let the mind take over. But now I've been living this 30, I would say, mm, almost 20 years, at least 15 years knowingly. So now my zone of tolerance is already so easy. So those triggers, they don't work on me anymore.
See, and that is a perfect place to be, because that means that
Hmm.
you've dealt with the underlying issues and now you just get to exist freely.
Hmm. But it takes the beginning, takes the moment, and when you start with it, and then it goes learning, and it's like a snowball. And finally, when you're there, that's how your life is. Everybody else around you are panicking, and you're the one in the middle, completely calm, in charge of the situation.
Exactly. And that's really the goal, to become that calm eye of the storm, that even if, like a hurricane, there's nothing but chaos around you, you're sitting there with just a straight face. Like, we don't want you to be smiling psychotically that there's nothing but chaos around you, but try
Hmm.
and be calm through it.
Hmm. I don't know if I told you last time when we had episode together. Did I tell you that I'm actually being inside of the eye of the hurricane?
I think it came up a little bit, but I'm not
Yeah.
100% sure. That was a long
Okay.
time ago, back
Well,
when I
I'll
was
tell
young.
the yeah, I'll tell the people we have a little bit of time, and then we'll finish up. We're gonna do a really short version of that. That is exactly we had a hurricane here in Florida, and the old hurricane was going on, but then it calmed completely down. The eye of the hurricane, I could look from the phone app, was right above me, and I went outside. It was beautiful, sunshiny day, like nothing haven't happened, and sun was shining, sky was blue. But when I looked at the app, it was right in the. I was in that circle in the middle of the hurricane, where nothing was happening, the eye of the hurricane. And right there was 20 minutes of that. And when that was over, the after wave of hurricane came and everything was huge storm, huge hurricane. But like you were mentioning, the eye of the hurricane was completely calm, sunshine.
That's crazy. You are very brave to live somewhere with that kind of weather.
Yeah. But I think now I understand the term as well. That was the zone of tolerance.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, we're coming to the end as well soon. So, Reese, let us know what you do, what else you do, and how do you help people.
Well, I specifically help men and women overcome trauma without the use of drugs or pharmaceuticals, combining my training as an Indigenous medicine woman and my background in high risk social work. You can find me everywhere on the web at Trauma to Bliss on social media and traumatobliss.ca.
Mm-hmm. And you also wrote 2 books so far. You're working on a third one, right?
Yes, and I just want to say thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, it was nice to have you on your show, and I understand the delay and everything. We still got a lot of good information out, and we learned a new term and the meaning of it, adaptability with the zone of tolerance. And now everybody who watched, didn't just learn about it, they actually experienced it.
Right? I hope that the rest of your day has less live examples of the zone of tolerance.
Good. Thank you so much, Reese. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Bye for now.
Bye. Have a good day. Okay, so we found out what is adaptability within the zone of tolerance with a live example as well. Sometimes things don't go the way you are planning them to go, and it's nothing you can be control of. It's technology, it's the weather, it's somebody else in your life, in the circumstances, environment. So all that happens, and when that happens, you have to adjust and make a different decisions and see how you're gonna go on from there and have the next step towards it to adjust with everything else for it. So we're gonna wait for the next guest to join us as well, and we're gonna talk about personality profiling. So while we're waiting for her to join us, let's talk more about adjusting to the moments when things happen in your life that you were not planning and how to adapt to that situation. For example, I can give another example from my own life when I had plans to go to the movies. And what happened was the car was not starting. So, for a lot of people, what they would have done, they would have upset, again, being upset about the situation and given up on the thing. And instead of adapting, or the way I use the term adjusting as well, and you adjust to the moment and you find a next best solution. Next best solution for me was I called to the movie theater. I rearranged to have the movie theater tickets for another day. I called somebody to come and check on my car to fix what needed to be fixed. After the car was fixed, I went to the different movie theater to still watch the movie because I didn't want to give up the moment. I was not taken by the moment. I was adjusting and finding a best solution for that moment. So I got to watch two movies instead of one because I went to see that different movie on that day after the car got fixed. And then next day, I went to go with a different movie. We had Angel joined us, and I'm going to bring her on the stage, and we're going to talk about personality profiling. Hey, Angel.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you today?
I'm great. Sorry, I'm a minute or two late. Your system didn't like that I was on Safari, so it made me switch over to Chrome. So I had to change browsers at the last minute.
That's interesting to know as well. That's why we were just talking. I had previous topic was I had to read it. It's really different. Adaptability within the zone of tolerance. And what we learned was how to adjust to the moment when something is not going the way you were planning to go. And we had this experience of the topic was adjusted with the experience right away because we had a delay on our electronics.
Yeah, I saw that. I was watching I was actually listening to the show, and then when it was my turn, it wouldn't let me on because I was on the wrong browser for that. So it's definitely easier for some personalities to adjust to things like that than it is for other personalities. So.
Okay, that's going to be interesting to know as well. So I'm going to let you tell about yourself first, and then you're going to explain us those personality profiles.
All right. So I am Angel Tucker. I'm actually based out of San Diego, California, but I do travel all over the world teaching companies and organizations how to benefit from understanding personality types using a model called DISC. Many people have heard of Myers-Briggs. Some people have heard of DISC, but it's a model of human behavior that we use to go in and train people how to interact effectively with others.
Mm-hmm. And you have this... it's called DISC. So what is DISC?
So DISC is a model of human behavior. It's been around since the 1930s. And what it does is it breaks everybody down into 4 personality groups. So for example, you have the D, which stands for dominant. And then you have the I, which stands for inspiring. And then you have the S, which stands for supportive. And then you have the C, which stands for cautious. And all of us are dominant in 2 out of those 4 groups. Some people are dominant in all 4. So my goal is to go in and teach companies how to recognize people's personalities quickly so they know how to interact with them. They know who to hire for the right position. They know how to keep them motivated. So there's a lot of benefits from understanding it.
Oh, wow. So that's kind of must know for all the leaders and all the managements, but even like everyday life probably as well.
Yeah. In fact, I just did I just got home at midnight. I was in Canada doing a speaking engagement, and it was for a bunch of business owners. And so one of the things we talk about is there's a difference between running your business proactively versus reactively, right? But one of the things that I always emphasize is that what I teach, even though we're doing a business training, it's really a life training because you can take the ideas and use them in your personal life. You can also empower your team to use them in their personal life, because when they have a better life at home, then they're going to have a better life at work, right? And so it's definitely a life training. So that's a great insight that you have there.
Mm-hmm. So how do you even get started with? You have to do a test?
So if somebody wants to understand more about personality profiling, we definitely recommend starting with yourself and doing an assessment. So we have those available on my website, usingdisc.com. And so you can just go on there and go to our online store and pick which one works best for you. But you want to start with understanding yourself better, right? And so we always recommend that people do an assessment. And then the companies that utilize my services or bring me out to speak also do assessments on all of their people. So you have a greater understanding of who the person is on the other side of the conversation, right? Because what we tend to do without really realizing that we're doing this is we interact with every single person the same. We interact with every single person the way that we want to be interacted with.
Exactly.
Right? But what if they're not you? You know, there's a certain personality that's only 10% of the population. So that means they're getting it wrong 90% of the time because they're interacting with people as if they're them, right? And so this is where we see a lot of this misunderstandings and conflict and things that exist that don't have to. You simply need to understand who the person is in front of you and then interact with them the way that they need you to.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you're actually talking about it, I noticed that have done it like all my life. Like I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you later what personality you think I am. But I've done it with the people before where I don't see them the way I am, but I see them the way they are. But I never put it together as a personality profile for them. I just have to like not thinking of like, oh, they're gonna think the same way I'm thinking. I'm looking at them first and then talk with them from their perspective.
Right.
But never exactly. As a personality profile, which you now teaching people, other people who don't have it naturally to do it as well.
Exactly. And so, yeah, that's one of the things that we do is go in and help them realize who is the other person, right? And I asked them, the first thing I ask him is, have you ever sent someone a text and they got a totally different message than you intended them to get? Right? And it's happened to all of us. And that's because we're texting in our personality language. And so the message that you want them to get isn't always the message they receive, right? And this is where a lot of these misunderstandings come in. So if you want to have a little fun, I'll kind of show people how I would do something. If I were in a room full of 1,000 people, how would I divide that room up based on personality type? So if you want to have a little fun, I'll give you an example and we'll do it on you. So do you want to be my example here?
Okay.
And so the first question I would ask my audience is, if you had to describe yourself as being outgoing or being reserved, and you might be both, and that's okay. But if you had to pick one that you were 51% of, would you say that you're more outgoing or would you say that you're more reserved? So what would your answer be to that question?
I'm more outgoing, but can I adjust more or just have to choose one?
No, you can be both, right? But what you're saying is you're a little bit more outgoing than you are reserved. So sometimes you're reserved, but most of the time you're probably more outgoing. And that's exactly the answer I would have picked for you. And so then my second question for them, because now what I've done is I've divided the room in half, okay, by them answering that question. So then the second question I would ask is, if you had to describe yourself as being, like if I gave you an extra hour, would you choose that hour to get some extra things done, or would you choose that hour to hang out with people? Right. And so what would your answer be? I know what your answer is going to be. Well, what would your answer be to that question?
And hang out with people.
Hang out with people. Exactly. So what that tells me now, and I already knew this just based on your background, based on the lipstick that you're wearing, there's certain things, signs that people are giving you all the time that say, hey, here's my dominant personality. And so what I now know about you is that one of your two dominant personalities is an inspiring eye, okay? Which means that you are energized and motivated by being with people. Okay. Personal connections are very important to you. If I wanted to punish you, all I would have to do is put you in a room where there's nobody else around. Okay. And that would be like the worst punishment I could do for you, because you need interaction with people. Okay. And so just by understanding what your dominant personality type is, I now know what your basic needs are. I now know how to interact with you, whether it be in person or as an employee. And so it gives me a lot of insight. It's almost like a crystal ball into understanding who the person is in front of you. So it's almost like being a psychic or being able to like read minds and know what people need from you when they haven't even really told you that.
Mm-hmm. So only 2 questions. All it takes is only 2 questions.
Only 2 questions. Yeah, I can do an entire room of thousands of people in about 60 seconds.
Mm-hmm. And it's amazing because I was just thinking, like right now, by giving you answers to those 2 questions, I actually give you a power to control me.
Sorry about that. I had to drink some water. Yes, you did.
I give you like now you knowing that information, you can easily control me.
Right. So your personality makes decisions based on emotions. Okay. And so that can be a great thing or it can be a negative thing, because if you're not careful, somebody who is a high I, which is what you are, can be perceived. And here's the thing we have to understand is that the way people perceive us also affect the way they receive us. Okay. So we're each perceived different ways based on our dominant personality. And that perception isn't always good. Okay. So for example, your personality could be perceived. It doesn't mean you are. That's the thing you have to understand is perceptions don't mean that that's who you really are, but it means that's who people think you are. And that's really all that matters. You know, it's their perception of you is their reality of you. And so people who have a high I personality, if they're not careful, can be perceived as untruthful. It doesn't mean that they are, but there's a couple of reasons they can be perceived that way. One is that they make decisions based on their emotion. Okay. And so if somebody asks you to give them your opinion on something, you're going to tell them what you think. Like they've said, okay, here's the situation. I want to tell you the situation and I want to know what you think about it. So you're going to tell them. Mm-hmm. But after you've had a little bit of time to think about the situation, you've changed your mind on how you feel about it. Does that make sense? Yes. And now the second person, a totally different person, asks you the same question that the first person did, but they got a different answer from you because the way you felt about the situation changed. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So you were perfectly honest with both people at that time. Mm-hmm. But it appears that you're now dishonest with one of the two because you gave them different answers. Okay. And so one of the things I go in is I tell people you can't be aware of something you're not first aware of. And so I make them aware of how they can be perceived if they're not careful, because those perceptions also affect their relationships and their interactions with people.
Wow, that is so valuable. I'm still amazed that it was just 2 questions and you already got like so much out of it. So let's go a little bit back for a second for our viewers as well. Let's recap what the letters were standing for, because you're saying high I. So what does it mean? What was the I for?
Yeah, so the I is the one that's the inspiring person. So this personality is outgoing and they're people oriented. Okay, so tasks are kind of a challenge for them because they're not task people, they're people. And so if they're working on a task, they prefer very short-term tasks. Okay, they don't like to do things that are long and drawn out and boring. They prefer to do things that are short, and then they want to integrate some sort of action or something that makes that task fun, okay, because they get bored very easily. All right, so that's your I personality, and these are about 25 to 30% of the population. All right, now the D, so let's back up because we start with D. D stands for dominant. So if you've ever heard somebody say, oh, I'm a type A, like I'm a go-getter, I'm a driven person, like I have to get things accomplished, I have to constantly be on the move doing tasks. Mm-hmm. That's D, okay? So D stands for dominant, and they're outgoing just like an I, but the difference is they have a different motivator. So Ds are motivated by tasks, by getting things done, by checking things off their to-do list. This is my dominant one. The I's are motivated by being with people and building relationships. You see the difference? So they're both outgoing, but they're motivated by 2 totally different things. And so that's the D and the I. So now the S is still people oriented, but they're reserved. So they take a different approach to relationships than an I would. Okay. They're both still like people and being around people, but they take a very different approach when it comes to interacting with people. Okay. These are your peacemakers. These are your Mother Teresa's. These are your people that they don't like conflict. They are very warm and inviting and friendly. Okay. And then the last one is the C. That stands for cautious. These are your very reserved, task-oriented people. So these are your any engineer, scientist, statistician, anyone you've ever met that has a job that requires 4-level deep thinking, is probably a C. Okay. They enjoy learning. They enjoy research. They enjoy charts and graphs and lists. They're very organized. They're very analytical. They're very thrifty. They like to have a plan, short term and long term, which is very different from your personality. You like to just kind of go with whatever is. You want to go with the flow. You want things to be natural. And even in our conversations prior to this, you were very adamant about describing that to me, right? Like, no, I don't want it to be rigid. I just want it to be a conversation, right? And that's what's important to your personality. But that would totally stress out a C.
Yes.
They want to know, like they want to plan their whole day. They want to plan their whole life as much as possible, right? So as you can see, there's a significant difference between those four groups.
Mm-hmm. And how do you help people? Do you just teach the seminars to businesses, or do you do personal workshops as well? How do you get people to engage and give them the tools? What do you do for that?
So most of my business is corporate. So I go in and I train. It's privately held engagements. They pay me to come in and train their people. But I also do every month, I do an online Zoom training, and most of those are open to pretty much anyone, and they'll each have a different topic. So for example, this month on April 17th, it'll be meeting the personality needs of your customers. So anyone that's in an industry where they have to rely on sales or interacting with customers or even patients, if somebody's in a doctor or a nursing or medical field and they want their patients to be satisfied, like how do I meet their needs? It's not like we could go, okay, would you mind taking this personality assessment before I interact with you, right? We don't have that luxury. And so how do we figure out people quickly so that we can meet the needs they haven't even told us they have, right? Mm-hmm. And so I do some things monthly that are virtual. And then I also offer, anybody can go on our online store and order assessments. I also do, I have a ladies retreat coming up in September, again, privately booked, but it's more of a personal nature versus a business nature. I've been invited to do couples conferences and marriage retreats and school systems, going in and training teachers. I love being able to go into school systems. And so, it's open to a variety of people in some ways. On my website, I have lots of resources. They can sign up to get a weekly video tip from me. They can get my newsletter. They can purchase product. But most of the stuff I do is all private and corporate.
Mm-hmm. And all the link for your website is on description as well. So everybody.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, super easy using disc.com. It doesn't get any easier than that.
Perfect. It's amazing how when you get the personality profiles, how it makes it easier to interact with people and have better relationships.
Absolutely. It truly is a game changer, and I'm going to shut my door. My dog's barking. Give me a second. Sorry about that. It really can be a game changer, especially in relationships, in personal relationships, because what we tend to do is get into a relationship with somebody who's a different personality from us. Okay. And the reason that we do that, without even knowing this is the reason, is we're staffing our weaknesses. So our spouse usually has different strengths than we do. And so we love that and we appreciate that. And then we marry them. And then we expect them to communicate the same way as us or think like us or feel like us when they're the opposite of us, right? And so then we wonder, what's the problem here? And there's this disconnect. And unfortunately, a lot of relationships end because they don't understand this. And so I even have, years ago, I had a lady, she was a wedding photographer. So she would do engagement photos and she would always give the couples a copy of my best-selling book. Because she said, if they could understand this at the beginning of their relationship, it's a game changer, right? And even though I train mainly corporations, I love when I get an email that says, this is what's going to help me and my spouse. This is what's going to keep us together. This is what the piece we were missing, right? And so it's very rewarding to hear stories like that.
And it makes a difference in workplace just to know that the people that you work with they're not the same that you are.
Exactly.
Because
Yes.
people try to generalize everything.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes a difference in multiple ways. One thing is in business and personal is we tend to take things personally that really had nothing to do with us. People will take certain actions and we think they're against us when the reality is it's for them. It's the way that they're wired. So for example, your personality, one of the challenges you could have is being on time places. Okay. I do not have a concept of time. And so oftentimes we're running late. So if I were married to an I or in a relationship with an I, which I am, by the way, I could easily say, well, if this were important to you, or if I were important to you, you would be on time. Right? This event is happening. We need to leave. You would be on time if I matter to you. But the thing is, it is not against me. It's a natural challenge for that personality type. So it has nothing to do with me. And when we can understand that, it really eliminates a lot of conflict that doesn't have to exist.
So, we already talked about like the link and everything as well, how to contact you and everything is there. So everybody make sure you contact Angel.
Yes, I'd love to help. Yeah, my email is angel@usingdisc.com. So if you have any questions or you want to know, hey, I'm interested, where do I start? Or I'm a business owner, what's the best resources for me? What's the best resources as a parent? We have resources for everybody, whether you're a parent, whether you're, you want to know about your relationship, or whether you want to help with your business. We can help in all of those arenas.
And I pointed out as well that for the other guests that even if you're watching it this from not in live, you're watching it replay, and you watch it next year and year after, still applies, and you can still go and learn. And this is just acknowledge. And a lot of all the topics today have been something that you have to know in your life. You have to know all those things in your life to have a better life.
For sure. And I noticed one of the things that you're focusing on, is happiness. And the thing is that each personality, we have natural stressors, things that stress us out. And when we understand those, again, you can't be aware of something you're not first aware of. And so when we can have that understanding, it helps us realize where we need to focus and what we need to let go of. Okay. So for example, my personality has no trouble with conflict. Like I'll jump right in. I'll fight you to the, till the end. But is it going to matter in 10 years? Like, is this thing that's stressing me out? Is this thing I'm upset about? Is it going to matter in 10 years? Right? Because my personality has to learn to choose your battles, because we'll make a big deal out of everything. And what's the effects of that? Hypertension, right? Internal stress. It's going to affect your health and your happiness. And so when you understand who you are and what the natural challenges and stressors are that come with that, it's a huge eye opener.
And you have to understand yourself first, your own personality, and that's where you're starting from, right? You go on your website and you take your own test first, then you get to know yourself, and then you understand that other people don't think the same way you're thinking.
Yeah, for sure. And, have your spouse do a test, have your children do an assessment. We can do them from the age of 4. Your kids don't even have to know how to read. And then we can do a free interaction report that says, based on who you are and who you are, here's how this is going to go. Here's some things you can do to make this go well. And that's absolutely free. After somebody's done assessments on 2 people, we can do an interaction guide between any 2 people. And those are so valuable.
And that test, there's more than 2 questions.
Oh, yeah, it's 24. So you can go on my website and do a free mini assessment. Takes you 90 seconds. You answer 7 things. It's not going to be nearly as accurate, nor are you going to get a report. That's the thing, is you get a report when you do an assessment. And our assessments are very, very reasonable. They start at $12.95, which is nothing, to get a 6-page report and have a better understanding of yourself and then other people as well.
It's amazing. How did you got into it?
Well, years ago, when I was 19, I joined a multi-level marketing company, and I never did anything with that. But part of their system was to listen to these motivational tapes. Okay, so that tells you how long ago I was 19. I was listening to tapes. Anyway, they were about personality types, and it was a different system, but it was very interesting to me. And so I read a few books by the same author that I had listened to the tapes. And then I had to go to a youth conference with teenagers. And when I got there, I was there for a week. And when I got there, they did a little staff meeting and they said, oh, by the way, you have to teach a class every day for an hour to these teenagers. And we have no materials or resources or anything for you. So just take them in the room and keep them busy. So I thought, what in the world am I going to talk about? Right. And so then I remembered, wow, this personality stuff is very interesting to me. I'm just going to throw it out there and see what the kids think. And those teenagers got it quicker than any adult I've ever taught. And they started sharing examples with me of, oh, that's why my dad does this. And oh my goodness, that's why my mom does this. And I realized that just knowing a little bit of it can change the dynamics of relationships. And so from that point, I have just ultimately made it something that I do full time, and I love it. I couldn't imagine doing anything else.
Mm-hmm. That was really good. I was not when I scheduled you for the show as well. I didn't know about the desk, and like right away it blew my mind with the like 2 questions. You knew so much about me, and I already like give you control of me answering your 2 questions.
Love it. Love it. Well, now you'll have to go do an assessment, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I'm going to rewatch it again to go back to those 2 questions. I'm going to ask people those 2 questions.
The same questions.
So, thank you so much, Angel. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye. Do you see how important it is? Actually, again, we're going back again so many times today about how important it is to know yourself. So let's bring in our next guest, Katrine. Hi, Katrine.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Really good to be here.
Yeah. And we're going to go and talk with you about mental fitness. Which is goes together with today's theme, coming together really nicely about how it's important to know yourself. And when you know more about yourself, the better is your life, and the better are your relationship, and the better is your everyday life. All based on just knowing yourself, nothing to do with what you have or what's going on in your life and any of this. Just knowing yourself gives you so many tools already to make changes and have a better life.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it? I used to, when I first started coaching, I used to say to people that I was a purpose and identity coach because I knew how important it was for people to understand who they were and what they were doing in life. But interestingly, that's not what people wanted to buy. So I'm actually now a leadership and talent coach and mostly see people when they're in work mode. But what I find absolutely hilarious, and obviously I wouldn't like talk about this in that way to the client, but I guarantee you that if I'm seeing someone regularly for a long period of time, by session 2 or 3, we are right back in the, oh my gosh, who am I and what am I doing with my life? Even if we started off with like productivity or difficult conversations or conflict, like any of that, it's you come back around to it because it underpins everything.
Yeah, because that comes to the point. So actually that leads us back to like, Katrine, tell us about yourself first to start with.
Yeah. So I've been coaching since 2016. Didn't actually really know what coaching was until about a year before that, and literally found this thing which is my dream job. And I always knew that people could do something that they absolutely adored and that your job could be something that you loved. I knew that in theory, but I was starting to doubt it before I found coaching. And then when I did find it, I was just like, oh, it is true. I need to tell people it's true. So yeah, I had incredible training, which means that I can probably coach anyone on anything, but I especially love helping people to figure out what they're struggling with and how they can kind of break through that to get to their kind of proper potential of what their life is, what's possible for them.
Mm-hmm. Because it comes back to being individual person as well. Same thing all the time. So we gotta talk about this one, mental fitness. The other topic is the next one. So mental fitness, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's an interesting phrase, isn't it? And I think I jumped on this because I thought, why isn't someone used this term before? Because we're always on about physical fitness. We're often talking about well-being in other ways, but obviously we do need our mind to be strong in order to do the things that we want to do. And so that's how I view it, is how are we getting ourselves fit and strong in our minds so that we can cope with anything. The more kind of official definition is it's your capacity to respond to life's challenges with a positive rather than a negative mindset. So it's being able to stop the kind of autopilot, like catastrophizing or just thinking that something's gone wrong and it's bad and you've kind of gone into freeze mode or whatever that does to you, and being able to actually train your brain to go to the positive first before the negative, which is a much more, going to the negative is actually a much more kind of natural tendency for us, but it doesn't have to be.
And the way you train it, you have like two different names for it. One was, I think, sabotaging, and the other one was sage.
Yes. So the idea is that in all of us, we all have the potential to kind of tap into these sage powers. So some people describe it, like in a cartoon when you've kind of got like an angel and a devil on your shoulder, which isn't the analogy that I love or like most like to use, but it is helpful in some ways. We've all got these sage powers, so things that are going to really help us in life and are really going to they're much more positive. That's how it's motivating us to do positive things. And we just don't know how to access them sometimes, or they get shut down because of these saboteurs that we have. So that's what's going on the other side, is that there are things in life that are just, we're self-sabotaging the whole time and not realizing. And part of finding out about your mental fitness is there's this really quick kind of little quiz you can do online. It still amazes me every time I go and look at it, at how what's the word, like how quickly it knows you when you've not answered that many questions. Like, it's actually quite impressive. So you answer a few questions and it basically gives you your top saboteurs of how might you be working against yourself. So for me, my top one in the mental fitness world, because this is kind of something that's been a bit branded now, but the top one for me is called restless. And some people give them new names for themselves as well, so that they can actually kind of notice it up and almost talk to the thing and be like, no. But so my top one is restless, and then my second one is avoider. And basically what that looks like day to day is I'm excited about everything all the time. And although that is very helpful and is very, it kind of gets me doing stuff, it also means I can very easily just flip between things or get bored really easily, or be like, oh, I did that new thing for a while, but now I need a new thing. And I'm always like, sometimes I get annoyed because I actually would quite like to be doing like 3 things at once, even if they're fun things or work things or, any of them. And so I'm not very good at being kind of in the present thing for a long period of time. And so that's how I would describe my restless. And of course, like anything, it's almost like a kind of warped version of what is actually a strength when it's used in a good way. So the fact that I can just get really excited and run into something, go at it full speed and get it done, actually, that is quite helpful for my productivity sometimes, and for bringing a team around me, because I can kind of recruit anyone to anything because I can get everyone else excited as well. But it's knowing when that saboteur is kind of rearing its head and working against me, that I can then have that moment of like, oh, hang on, that's that happening now. And I've actually got the power within my mind to be like, stop, let's not do that. And so that's kind of the saboteur spotting, if you like. And there's 9 different ones that show up for different people in different formats. But there's one overall one that everyone has, and we call that the judge. And that's because, and I don't know if you've noticed this in your life, because sometimes it happens really subconsciously and sometimes we are very aware of it. It kind of depends a bit on how life's treated you or kind of what your personality is like. But in any given situation or conversation or kind of thought pattern that you've got going on, you are likely to be classifying everything in front of you as good or bad. And you're just constantly like, something comes along and you go, oh, that is good and oh, that is bad. And it's like that is just happening all the time and we're not realizing. And that can also completely sabotage us, because we might be classifying all these things as bad when actually we don't know if they're bad yet, or we might have misclassified it and it might actually be a good thing, but it's just that our brain has always thought that was bad before, so we haven't let it ask the question of whether that might be good.
And it comes before the situation, so you're not in even that situation yet, and you're trying to like go between the good and bad instead of going to the situation and see what happens, and then you come out and only then you're gonna know if it was good or bad, not before.
Yeah, but we're so quick, aren't we, to make a snap decision. And there's a story that demonstrates this, that's called the stallion story. Have you heard of that before?
No.
I think it actually has different names in different regions, because it's kind of a really old kind of tale that people have told over the years. But it starts with a man who was a farmer, and he had this horse that was just amazing, and he entered it into a local competition against many, many other horses, and it won first prize. And after the competition had finished, all the neighbours and the community came round and they were like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. We're so pleased for you. Well done on having the prized horse. And the man looked at them and he said, who knows what is good or what is bad? And so the people are a bit like, well, that's a bit of a weird response. We came to congratulate him. So the people went away again. And then several weeks went past and some people had realised that this prized horse was nearby, and they came and took the horse in the middle of the night. And so again, the neighbours hear, the community hears, they all come round and they say to this farmer, oh my gosh, we're so sorry, this is so awful. What can we do? And he just looks at them and he says, who knows what is good and what is bad? So they go away, a bit confused again. And meanwhile, this horse has managed to break free of its captors, and it's found some other horses. It's found some wild mares that it's spending some time with, kind of out there for a while. But eventually it finds its way back home, and these horses that it's been spending time with all follow it back to its original farm. So the farmer ends up with loads of extra horses than he'd had before. And so the community come and were like, oh, congratulations, it's amazing that your horse found its way back home, but also brought all these other wild mares. And again, he says, who knows what is good and what is bad? Then a few weeks later, his son is trying to tame these wild mares. So he's kind of training them and he's trying to ride one of them. And he gets thrown off and breaks his leg really badly. So the community come round and are like, this is really awful. What can we do? And the man again says, who knows what is good or what is bad? And then again, another few weeks go past, and actually a war breaks out nearby, and they're coming round to sign up all the young men to go and fight, but his son can't go because of his injury. And so the community come and say, oh my gosh, we're so pleased that you get to keep your son at home, and he doesn't have to go off to war. And the man says, well, who is to say what is good or what is bad? And of course, it just kind of carries on like that. But the whole idea is, obviously, we don't know. We are making all these snap judgments all the time on things that are either massive or really tiny, but we really have no idea what the impact of those things are, even if it's like an hour later or a year later.
Yeah,
And give ourselves half the chance of pressing pause on that, then actually that's a way that we can kind of help to rewire our brain in our understanding and our reactions to things. And that's when we can kind of open up this more sage power of going, okay, let's actually come at this from a positive point of view, and then let's see where this gets me.
And not to label it as like good or bad, or just like trying to, this is what the situation is right now, and we're gonna, but your goal is to find the positive outcome.
Yeah. And also, we can't do things like problem solving or properly connect with people or just feel at peace when our brain is in that negative state anyway. It really shuts a load of options down for us. So to be able to lean in to a more positive mindset that then gives us the opportunity to actually start something new or empathize with someone or explore new options, when before we were just only seeing two and, you know, being very black and white about things. And to be able to navigate and innovate new things, we need to be in that kind of solution orientated and positive way of thinking for our brain to even start doing that.
And to train our brain to think like that. Because it doesn't become, it's not natural right away for our brains the way right now they program, but it comes, you train it to be in this way, so your life becomes easier when your brain is trained like that. And for me, I've already practiced it for more than 15 years, so for me it's now natural. But somebody else just had to start it, and later on it comes natural, so your life comes easier and better.
Yeah, and it's never too late, is it? Like, it might be a bit harder because you've had those kind of neural pathways working against you for longer, but it's not impossible. And there's a really interesting, it's not a quote or a phrase, I'm kind of I don't know. Anyway, the idea is that lasting positive change, we often think that we get kind of some new insight or a new idea about something by going on a course, you know, or listening to a talk. But actually, the lasting positive change only comes from having 20% insight, but actually it's 80% working on our mental muscle, to kind of keep using the analogy of fitness. And we actually call it, when we do mental fitness training, we actually call it like going to the gym, of basically doing these exercises to retrain our brains, because it's like any other physical exercise, that it doesn't work if you're just doing it, you know, once every few months. Like, you're not building anything. And to do something that is building your mental fitness for 15 minutes a day, that actually is what it takes. And you need to be willing to put in that kind of intense practice at the beginning. But it's very surprising how few days or weeks that suddenly doesn't feel like very much at all anyway, because that's actually like, I think it's 1/96 of your day or something. So it's, it starts off by you going like, oh my gosh, I can never find 15 minutes to just sit and do, you know, these exercises or kind of meditation style things. But actually, it's really, if you want it badly enough, it really becomes not that difficult to find those moments in your day.
One of the topics today was also time management. We figured out that you can't say that you don't have time, because it actually comes down to making that time. So everybody has enough time if they make the time for certain things. You'll find that it's so easy to find that 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for something. Not every day, but let's say, oh, you didn't find that time today, I'll find that time tomorrow morning.
You
know, like, you try to get it every day, but like, if you didn't find it, you don't get frustrated, and you take that time as soon as possible. Don't say it like, oh, tomorrow. Don't say tomorrow, but it's just going to be as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's true. Last year, so at the start of the year, I kind of do some intentions rather than New Year's resolutions, or I kind of set myself some goals, or kind of have a word for the year. And I decided last year that I hadn't intentionally put enough effort into reading, which actually I find very relaxing, but it was always getting pushed out. And so I decided last year, right, I'm actually going to focus on making time to read.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no idea kind of what I should set the goal as, but a friend had said, oh, I read 22 books in the year 2022. And so I've decided to try and read 23 books in the year 2023. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that sounds fine. So I put this number 23 down and just kind of got on with life, knowing that I am now trying to find every spare moment when I can read. I am making that time. And what was quite astounding is I got to the end of the year, I was tracking, I just kind of logged every time I'd finished a book on a website that I'd found that tracked it for me. I got to the end of the year and I'd read 55 books. And I was like, how did that happen? And everyone else was like, how did that happen? And I was like, I made the time. I literally made the time. And even when I say that to people, they're still like, I don't understand how it happened. But genuinely, it's just, I prioritize one thing over the other. And it was just a conscious decision that is going to be a priority. And actually, that makes anything possible, doesn't it?
Yeah, you make the decision and you stick with it. Even I want to bring that out in a little bit. But I want to mention this thing with the book as well. For me, reading was kind of like the opposite. For me, reading was my saboteur. It's interesting for you to understand, because I would choose the reading over the action that I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
I was doing more reading than the action. So I actually turned it around and I made the reading as my reward. So when I did the action, then I was rewarded with like the time for like, okay, I did what I had to do. Now I have like whatever that time that I have left over, I can use that for reading.
Yeah, that's great. It's important, the reward thing, isn't it? Because actually we work very well as humans when there's something dangled in front of us.
Like for you use the whatever else you wanted to do, you did the reading first and then you got the other thing that you wanted to do as a reward.
Yeah,
so it's opposite for this way too.
Yeah. And it was interesting, I think, it just what that impact then had on other people that I spoke about it with, because they couldn't believe that was even possible. And then my 9-year-old son went to the other extreme and he said, well, if that's possible, maybe you can read 200 books this year. And I said to him, that is possible. I'd have to stop working, I think. And I really like working.
Yeah, that seems too many. Maybe like those kids books. 200 of those little kids books, that's possible. For maybe that's the way he was thinking of it.
Yeah.
So, but let's go to this kind of, when we were talking, one thing came to my mind. When you have the saboteur and sage, it's kind of like when, even this morning I had, for one situation, I had this fear, but at the same time I was like, why do I have this fear feelings while I really, really want to do something? You know, and a lot of people, they have this, they want to do something, but then they have this fear on their side. So it's kind of like, how do you put the fear behind and let the sage, how do you get the sage stronger?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think part of it is, and this is going to be a very kind of coach style answer because I'm just so ingrained in my coaching ways. I just love it so much. Part of it is figuring out, what am I scared? Do I know what I'm scared of? Have I been labeling the fear as something and actually I haven't quite got to the bottom of it yet? Because I think a lot of the time we're actually fearful of success and we haven't thought that was a possibility. We often assume that we're going to be scared of a failure or of something repeating itself because of our past experience. But I think a lot of the time actually we are a bit scared of success because we don't know what that looks like. But then there is also the idea that actually anything that we class as kind of negative, so fear would be one of those things, we can twist it round to help us if we view it as kind of an alert of something, but literally only let it have those few seconds of airtime as an alert, and then be like, no. And it's a bit like cognitive behavioral therapy in some ways. If you can kind of hold it out here instead and say, I see you, and I know this is happening, but that's not what we're doing today. or I'm not actually going to pick you up and look at you that closely today. I'm going to let you float on by because I'm focusing on something else. And I think as long as we can train ourselves to just kind of use that alert to make ourselves think, oh, what do I want to notice about that? And now what do I want to do about it? Rather than it kind of immersing us in all these other things that start spiraling out of control. And we talk about having self-command in the mental fitness world. And it's just using some tools and techniques that just kind of help us to put that pause in action when we're noticing a saboteur or a alert of something, and to help us have access to those sage powers that we have. And so do you want me to demonstrate a few? We can try them together.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of some mindfulness techniques, really. And it really depends. Obviously, there's hundreds of places to go and find them out there for free and on people's paid programs. But these are just a few that I've learned along the way. And I think it's also important for people to learn, do I connect with mindfulness techniques more when they're visual, or when they're auditory, or when they're more kind of sensing, breathing? Which ones is it that actually have an impact for me? Because I think a lot of the time we can kind of try something out and then go a bit like, oh, this person said that was really going to do something and it didn't for me. So do keep looking, I think, is my encouragement of one that actually really gets you to a place where you notice a shift in how you're feeling in your mind and how you're feeling in your body. But yeah, we'll just do we call them 10-second reps. So we'll just do a few that are 10 seconds long. So we'll start with just doing some deep breathing, just at a pace that's normal for you. So a few breaths in and a few breaths out. And then we're going to take 2 fingertips and we're going to rub them together with such a tension that you can feel the fingertip ridges on your fingers. And then we're going to put the fingertips of one hand to the fingertips of the other and just really slowly pull them down and across your palm. And just notice the sensations that are happening. And then we're going to take a moment and we're going to try and listen to the sound that is the furthest away sound that we can hear, and just focus on that. You might want to close your eyes while you're doing it. And now try and hear the closest sound that you can hear, which might be your breathing. And then when you're ready, we'll come back together. How do you feel compared with before?
I feel more like connected to the moment. Like I feel more like in now than like my mind. And especially towards the end, my mind was not somewhere else anymore. My mind was back and focused in like this moment.
Yeah, it's powerful, isn't it? And that was only a few seconds. We didn't do that for very long, but the power comes when you can do that for 2 minutes. You know, it only starts at 2 minutes at a time, and maybe doing it 4 times a day. Some people get so energized and changed by this that they then, you know, work their way up and will do kind of like 20-minute stints. But it's knowing what is it that gets you to that place where you suddenly feel like you can access the positive side of things and you feel like you again, and you're ready to go be creative and be curious about things. That's yeah, that's where we want to get to.
Yeah. So that was a really good conversation again, Catherine. Your contact information in your website is in description for all the viewers as well. Click on it and get in contact with Catherine to get in. It's always good to make the contact and then move forward from there and see what comes out of it. Like, don't have like big ideas of like this happened or that happened. Just make the contact first and then see where it goes, you know?
Yeah, and I love talking to anyone about anything. So yeah, even if there's no agenda and you just want to ask me questions, I'm always up for that. Yeah.
Exactly. So do you have any final thoughts about mental fitness before we're going to close out?
Yeah, I think just what I was saying before about staying curious, that's kind of becoming my tagline, I think, of even if that seemed a bit weird or a bit kind of out of the box for you or something you've never considered about it, why not give it a try? Because there's a chance that your brain can be doing a lot more for you than you ever realized.
Great. Okay, Catherine, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you. It's been great being here.
Bye. Have a good evening.
Bye. You.
And we're coming to our final topic and final guest, which I'm extremely excited about. Let's bring in Sabrina Victoria.
Hey, what's Sabrina. Up, girl?
Oh my gosh. I love you.
So excited to be here. I just did a shout out on Facebook for us. So super excited to see where this goes and be able to share it with everybody.
I know. I've been waiting for this forever again because you're the one who got me started. You're the one who's been an inspiration for Move Forward and all the things. And we've seen each other's journey for 2 years now. And it's amazing to see what you have accomplished with just 2 years, what I have done. And I think now I'm thinking back, I think I met you before I wrote my book, right?
Yeah, a little before. Yeah,
right before, because we were both doing the challenge from Grant Cardone. And then with that challenge, I was starting to write my book and you were doing all your things.
Yes. And it's been a journey, and it's been really interesting to see like what I thought I was going to be doing and then how it's evolved and pivoted. I'm sure you've done that too, where you like try some stuff out and then you're like, pivot, refocus. So it's been cool.
Because I'm going to let you introduce yourself first, and then we get into all those things, because I was just like, I saw you in the backstage. I was already so excited.
So my name is Sabrina Victoria. I run a community called Her Nation, all female entrepreneurs, and all based around helping women be seen. So there's a front end, which is media, podcasting. We're launching our digital magazine April 22nd, getting women's voices heard. And then the back end of the business is the educational piece. So masterminding, networking, business growth workshops to really help these women thrive in their business. So it's been a journey. I always say that when I started, I had no idea what I was doing. And I still low key don't know what I'm doing, but that's part of it. You can't wait until everything's perfect. You have to just Go.
Yeah, you have to start doing where you're doing things, then you do, and you have to, like you said, pivot, because without that pivoting part, you get stuck. But then, okay, this didn't work out this way, but it's lead me to the next thing, which is even better, which is even bigger. Like your goals that you had, like maybe smaller goals, and turns out you have even bigger opportunities, and you'll take that bigger opportunity instead.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of times that's where the hiccup is people spend so much time trying to make the first thing perfect that they never do it. So then they never leave the room for the pivoting and the evolution that was supposed to happen from that first thing that was never really supposed to be the thing.
Exactly. That reminds me as well, the way why I did today's podcast as well. When I started doing my podcasts, I was playing, like, first I was just experimenting, and I was thinking in my mind, my 100 podcast is actually going to be like my first one. So I was just like always in this mind, like, I just have to get to the 100th one, and then I'm going to be like doing whatever else. But then I'm only on my 70 something, and I realized that it doesn't make sense in this point to wait all the way to the 100. I think I'm ready now, so I'm not going to wait until 100. I'm going to do the change now when I'm in 70. So
100.
Something else. And that's where the pivot comes in, when you're not, like you were saying, you're not stuck in that one goal in the future that you already had, like 2 years ago. That's what you, or whatever, a year ago, a month ago, you were thinking that, oh, this is my goal. But then you hold yourself back when you're already ready for that goal before that.
Yep. 100. Great testament. All of us need that. All of us need to hear that you don't have to wait. You can, that's with anything, we're talking about entrepreneurship, but that's with anything. Like, when the passion hits, when the idea hits, you have to just act. You can't wait.
Yep. Because that's the moment you have to take it, and you push the fear aside and work through it. Because I remember when I started following you, and you started, that group was called Her Version.
Yep.
And it grown with such a short time to Her Nation.
Yep.
A group of over 2,000 people now.
Yeah. We're about to hit 2,500.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's just amazing people. And I see the people, like the women, just reaching their goals and coming together. It just, tell us about that journey from her version to Her Nation.
Yeah. So it started as a storytelling. It was just storytelling. So I was selling in emotional and mental healing, basically, at that point. So I started the podcast based around storytelling and through traumatic situations. And I didn't even necessarily consciously pivot. It just started to pivot. And the reason why was because I started to recognize in my coaching and on my podcast, somehow the conversation would always pivot to money and business. So if the woman was at all interested in entrepreneurship, business, money, growing wealth, it would become evident somewhere in the middle of the podcast. And I would just row down that, because as a podcaster, you guide it. Like, you can take it in whatever direction you would want to take it. And that's where I would always take it. Now, some women weren't doing that, so it would just stay story-based. But even with my coaching, I started to notice, like, women who are interested in entrepreneurship, all of a sudden were opening businesses. Like, that's not even what they came to before. So it just kind of slowly evolved into this community of women entrepreneurs, women who are looking to get into business, women who are interested in wealth, women who are interested in leadership, voice, storytelling. And I just kind of went with it. Exactly what you were just saying, where like, you're like, once I hit 100, I'm going to. It was kind of that same exact intuition. Like, I felt the feeling. Like when I did the name change of her version to Her Nation, it was literally in an instant. It was one day I was just on a walk and I'm like, I need a new name to grow into because it's too small. Storytelling is too small for the vision that I had. So I literally just went home, I sat down and I just came up with a name and I launched it. I didn't even wait. I didn't ask anybody. I didn't call my mom. I didn't refer to anybody in the group. I literally just, and the thing was just the cover. I just changed the cover and the name. It was just changed. And everyone was just like, oh, okay. The podcast stayed, and then same with my mastermind. So the mastermind, I always tell this story. It literally came to me at 4 a.m. I woke up and I'm like, I'm going to start a mastermind. No idea what a mastermind was. I have never been to a mastermind before to even know what it was. It's just something that came to me, and I could have mulled over it and thought about it and talked my way out of it and like written notes and jotted stuff down and did all this. I didn't do any of that. I called my friend, Lauren Lefkowitz, who you might know. She's been in the community for pretty much as long as you have. And I was like, girl, I've never met this woman, by the way. She's just like a relationship, friendship, just like yours. I'm like, girl, I want to start a mastermind. You're like, whatever. She's like the coach that she is or was at that point was like a person that I needed to talk to. And I said, I have no idea what I'm doing, but like, will you help me? She's like, yeah, girl, 100%. And I said, for your help, you can be in the mastermind for free, forever. Come and go as you please, just for helping me get started and show up for the first 8 weeks, just so that if there's only like 2 people that join, at least there's like 4 of us. And she's like, yeah, girl, I got you. We literally did a couple of phone calls, maybe 4 or 5 phone calls to work out all the logistics. And then boom, within a month or 2, I had a mastermind. No clue what I'm doing. Even the mastermind, from how it started to the way I run it now, totally evolved. But if I wouldn't have started it, it wouldn't be what it is now. And that's what people really need to recognize. Yeah.
And I like with your group and everything, I like where you lot of things that you already said. It became how women were encouraging women. It's so important.
Yeah.
It's such a different environment in your group. So I think everybody who's watching now, forever, 10 years from now, go back and join that group. You're going to be amazed how much this group is going to be growing. But for women in your group, those women really, really encourage other women to do those things like you were saying. Something comes out of your mind, and sometimes your other side of your mind, the saboteur, just comes out like makes you fearful or something like this. But then you post it like for example, post it in your group or any of the group. I think I've done it even in your group for something that I posted like this is an idea, and then you get the encouragement from other people, and that moves you forward to take action.
100%. And a lot of it is, and you can attest to this too as a coach, growing your own community. As a leader, you have to show up how you want your people to show up. So to everyone out there listening to this podcast with Piret, it's so important to recognize the importance of showing up as the person and like vocalizing that. Like, hey, listen, this is me helping other women because we need to help other women. And when they can see me doing that, then they're like, oh, I guess this is what we're doing now. Right? So teaching them how to be and how to act in your community is like step 1. When the group is small, when it's smaller. So then as it continues to evolve, people jump in and they're like, oh, I guess that's what we're doing here. And then it just kind of starts to grow from there. But it all starts from the leads. They watch the leader. and then they kind of grow from there.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting to point out as well. So, but they also they're gonna generate the leading skills in themselves.
Yeah.
They're gonna learn the leading skills from you, so they can lead others as well in their community, even if the community is just a family or their own business.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to say like, hey, this is how we show up. It's almost like I don't want to say changing someone's point of view, but really having someone focus on that point of view, right? So like families, for instance, like how a wife shows up or how a mother shows up. Like, hey, listen, in this community, this is how we show up, right? And there could be all kinds of ways. It could be really rich. It could be very authentic. It could be cooking. It could be jokes, swearing, humor. So like whatever you're building, making sure that you're showing up, first of all, in that space, so that it allows other people to show up in that space. And the thing is also to remember, which I learned this probably about a year in, it took me to learn this, not everyone is your people, right? Like even Piret here, she speaks a lot on happiness. Just because like, yeah, all humans should or ought to be happy doesn't mean that like every person that comes in contact with Piret is going to like resonate with her. There are some people who hate happy people.
Mm-hmm. I have it all the time.
Like, screw you, always happy. Mm-hmm. There's bullshit happening in the world. How dare you be? Those are not her people. So she has to find people who resonate with her point of view. And then when they come into the community, reinforce that point of view. And then she's talking to the right people. She's talking to people who want to be happy versus people who don't.
Yeah. And that's actually like, because that's why I'm going for like happiness expert now. I don't, and I've learned a lot and I know a lot, because that's people say like, everyone wants to be happy. And me as a happiness expert, I'm going to tell you, no. Not everyone wants to be happy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who are completely fine about not being happy and doing whatever else they're doing, not being happy. And they kind of happy, not have to be happy. So that's kind of their happiness of not being happy.
Yeah,
so
it's weird.
That's what I'm teaching. So I'm not teaching those old things that people always say about happiness. That it's just not true anymore. We know more evidence now. Not all the people want to be happy. They're happy with whatever they do, or they're happy by not being happy as well.
Yeah.
So, and when you were saying like finding those people to relate to me, it is you're right. Really, for a lot of people, it's really hard to relate to me, because I was actually one of those people who are born happy, which is really fortunate. And that's why I'm like even writing in my new book, is when you're starting a business or something, you try to find how to relate to people, how people can relate to you. It's harder for me because for a lot of people, it's hard to relate to me because they were not born this way. So they have to, I had to learn why people can't just be happy. You know, I had to learn that and study that. And now I can be an expert on that, because I know why people are happy and I know why people can't be happy, and all those things together. And there's a lot of things to it.
I bet. Mm-hmm. It's part of learning your trade.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, and that goes to when you empower other people, you have to know what it is for them.
Yeah.
You don't try to turn them into like same thing that you're doing. You try to help them with what they're doing, what their goals are.
Yeah, definitely. That's the key. 100%. What are their goals?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, what are actually your next goals?
Ooh. So 2024, two things are happening. Like I said, the launch of the magazine. my goals are all based on my business, by the way. So, the April 22nd is our huge launch that we have going on. That's the first one for 2024. The second one is to get my panels back up and running. So 2021, 2022, I was doing panels, which you've been on a few of my panels, where I had 5 to 10 women on screen at one time talking about one topic. In 2023, I only did one. It's just a lot. It's a lot to manage. Piret's is doing this right now.
That's right now. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, to contact everybody and email everybody and make sure everybody's on and some people don't respond. And the nerves, are they going to show up? Are they aren't going to show up? It's like the whole thing. And I want to get back to that. So 2024 panels are coming back at the last 6 months of the last semester, I guess, the last 2 quarters. We're bringing panels back in. I'm doing it totally different than the way I was doing it before. I'm still trying to figure it out. Again, same thing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, but we're going to try some shit. See what works. And then the idea behind the panels is more women on stage virtually heading into 2025, going all in on in-person events. So taking those panels and actually showcasing them in areas where a lot of us are going in, and then eventually towards the end of 2025, actual events or retreats as far as one person's teaching workshops, talks, whatever it is. So just really building the foundation still of the media and what we're doing and getting more eyes and more razzle-dazzle towards our community so that we can step into in-person events a little more, I guess, heavy, more people know us, more people will invest in that heading into 2025. So that's kind of the 2-year vision. And then long-term is to have huge events, Grant Cardone style. That's the vision.
Wow. That's a good goal. I think you can get there.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah. And I don't want to say I'm really fortunate because I've done a lot of work to get to where I am.
Yeah.
But I have found some really amazing women who just get it, kind of like what you were saying, they're your people, they're your tribe. They understand what you're trying to do. They see your vision, understand your vision.
And they empower you.
Just like you here, you putting this thing on, you could have nobody, but you had people show up for you. You had people that are on your team and they're like, yeah, Piret, we're down. We'll help you. We'll create something awesome for you or with you or however you want to put that. That's what's so amazing. It's Piret couldn't do this without a community, just like I can't do what I'm doing without the community. So it's I want to hold in-person events. Well, no one shows. It's not an in-person event, it's just me by myself. So as much as it's good job, Piret, good job, Sabrina, it's also thank you so much for our community showing up for us.
Thank you for everybody who helped, and thank you for the people who are watching. Thank you for people who are engaging. Yeah. It's important to acknowledge all those people, like you were saying, and that's what actually kind of sells as well when you see that you give the value, but you also appreciating them taking it.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. It comes down to taking action. So many things we're started from beginning. It takes the action without the fear is always there. Not always, but you still have occasionally. Do you still have little tiny bit of fear?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do my fear on purpose. I talk about this in my community all the time. You have to have fear. If you're not feeling scared, fearful, nerves, anxiety at least a few times a month, which people may not appreciate that, but that's real, then you're not growing, you're not evolving, and you're dying. So like there has to be, and for the leader, for anyone who's growing something, there has to be a constant roadblock that you have to get over. If you're just like soaring, something's wrong and you're about to drown. There has to be new hurdles all the time. Those new hurdles are an acknowledgement to you that you're growing, you're expanding, and you're doing something different, which keeps people close to you. People want to be close to people who are doing shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. Movers and shakers want to be around movers and shakers. You will not see a mover and shaker willingly hanging out with somebody who just likes to watch TV and eat Cheetos all day. Right? It might be a one-time thing. They might hang out with their friend and just watch a little movie and blah, blah, blah. But the amount of time they're spending with that friend is very little. We want to be around people who are movers, shakers. Movers and shakers are stepping into fear all the time. So yes, all the time feeling fear, and it's self-inflicted. I purposely do it. This magazine was self-inflicted. I didn't need to do this. My community is growing great. My subscriptions, my membership is going great. My women love my community. But I'm like, no, more. There has to be more. What's the next thing? What's the next razzle dazzle? What's the new thing that I need to step into in order to show up for my community saying, hey, next. Hey, we're not done yet. I'm growing, so you need to be growing right along with me. So yeah, this has been a big pain in my ass. This is super fearful. You know, I'm sending out all these emails right now for this huge launch we're doing. And I'm like, same as you, probably feeling all day today. Just sporadically, where you're like, is the next person going to show up on screen? You're waiting, right? At the 5-minute mark, the 10-minute mark, you're looking down. Is Sally showing up? Is she going to come? Am I going to hold space by myself? Where is she?
In those moments when I actually was by myself on the stage and everything, and I like went through all those things, and even this beginning today was my first time being by myself for half an hour. So my thoughts were like, I got through this topic earlier that I was thinking, so I had to readjust again. It's all just putting yourself in the moment and doing it. The action is so much important than anything else.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So yeah, I'm getting that same fear right now. I'm sending out all these emails. Is anyone going to participate? Does anyone give a shit? Does anyone else see my vision? You know, I have this big vision of how we're launching. Is anyone going to do it? If no one does it, it's not the same, right? Like I need these women to show up for me. I need them to see my vision of what I'm trying to create here. So doing everything I can to get that vision to fruition so that we can all benefit from that. But it's super scary. Like, you're bothering me. Stop emailing me. Stop calling me. Like, what is this now? What do we have to do now? What is going on now? Like all these things, even though every single person I've talked to is like, hell yes, I'm in, let's do it. There's still that talk of like, but that's where I need to be. That's where I have to be, to make sure that we're growing, you know, we're doing new things.
And other women, they said they have to start understanding as well that don't be scared of reaching out to other women, because there might be women who are, like you were saying, they don't agree and they give you a side eye or whatever they will do. And that's such a person. And then you're going to find another one. It's going to cheer for you. It's going to be a cheerleader. It's going to be with you. And it's going to be doing the things with you. But if you don't ask, you're not going to find out which one is it.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to ask.
And it is, like you said, it's fearful. But I like how you pointed out that you need that fear, because I always heard other people talk about it, that you need that fear. But I never actually understood it the way I understood it now. The reason why, because the reason why you need it is that means you're doing something more, something that you're capable of doing, and you are doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how we grow. Like, every time somebody says like, oh, I don't have a lot of confidence, or oh, I have low self-esteem, that is no one's fault except for your own fault. You're not stepping into courage. If you step into fear, if you step and you do courageous acts, your confidence automatically grows, right? Like I did panels in 2021 that were super scary for me. Heading into 2023, it's not even an issue. It's not even an issue at all. Like I've already done it. I've sent out the emails. I've gotten them all together. I know 100% I can do this. If I had to open up another magazine 2 years from now, if like this magazine just, maybe I sold it, right? Maybe I sell it for like $1 billion and then I want to start another magazine. Girl, I could do it so fast, no fear. Because I've already learned how to do the things. So every time you're stepping into fear and courage, you're growing your value. And when you grow your value, or the things that you know mentally, emotionally, logically, that raises our confidence. Like I am competent and I am capable. Therefore, my confidence is higher. And every time I learn something new, every time I have a new conversation or learn something new, my confidence goes up. And that's where we're really flourishing, is when we're at that peak. At that peak, right? There's more peaks, but at that peak is where we're really residing and where we're really living our best life. You know, no one wants to be low self-esteem. No one wants.
And that's what actually like that comes to, we get coming to an end soon, but that's what the I just figured out, the empowering behavior that comes to that moment where you have this team of people or something, what you brought up, that eating Cheetos or a couch or something. So let's say you are doing that, like I was saying, like you are doing it, but then somebody else comes around and says like, hey, I have this idea. And you're like, suddenly like, okay, throwing the Cheetos away, throwing the couch, jumping off the couch, let's go, let's do it. You know, that's the attitude. Like it's okay to like sometimes to do it, but then when you have your tribe, those are the people who are like, okay, you choose that other thing instead because it's more exciting. And that's actually the part of living, is when you get out of that. For me, it's not even that other part is not a comfort zone. That's the zone where like occasionally I am, because I'm between or something at the moment, but it's boring. So whenever somebody comes out with like, let's do this, I'm off from the couch and like ready to go.
I love it. I love it. So great. This has been great. I love this.
Yeah, so I'll tell everybody. I'm going to tell one more story with that one. It's actually, this is the way I went to, long time ago, more than 20 years ago when I was really young, went to travel hitchhiking in Europe. It happened exactly like that. I was at home just watching TV because there was nothing else to do. And my friend called me and said, do you want to go hitchhike to Cannes, France? And what happened was, which was like few countries away from my country, we went through 5 countries to get to France. But my mindset was so out, like going for it. 20 minutes later, I had my pack packed. She lived in a different town. So 2-3 hours later, I was in her apartment. And next day, we were already on the road.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah. So
that's cool.
But that's the way you get things done.
100%.
Like you were saying, that's the way you get things done. Small things, big things. And you empower other. It's so important to get those, for you to empower other women, but also get those women empowering women around you.
Yeah.
Like you've been empowering me for 2 years now.
I love that.
I
love that.
So that's great. So everybody is watching. You have to go to Facebook and you have to go and join Her Nation group. You just have to. There's no option. And I'm
100%.
gonna have the other links for Sabrina as well. You can contact her from and for all the other things that she will be doing. And there's gonna be somewhere in the future you might be watching this show because you wanna find out the big event that Sabrina is creating, and you wanna be part of it with thousands and thousands of people. I can see that already happening.
Yep. 100. We're on our way.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna happen for sure. Anything else you want to tell to the viewers, because you're the one's gonna close up my day, which was 5 hours of guest talking.
I love that. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, and you did 12. So now I know. I
did.
remember you saying after those 12 hours how you were wiped out and like exhausted.
Yep.
And now what I'm feeling right now as well, like now I understand you, because I've had not exactly the same but similar experience. So that's for other people as well. You just have to do things. But
Yeah.
close our 5 hours.
Ah!
I'm gonna let you, Sabrina, close the 5 hours.
I love it. I'm going to close out with something that I've been telling myself since I was probably 26 years old. It's the most simplest sentence you could possibly think of. You will never forget it. And every single time that you're in front of a challenge, you're trying to jump over a wall mentally, emotionally, with your business, with your personal life. And it's this: you take a breath, you pause, and all you say is, everything's going to be okay. And if you can sit in that space for just a moment and recognize that you have done hard things and you can do hard things today, allow your past successes, big or small, to guide you on the fact that you are capable and everything is going to be okay.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for everybody who are watching this replay, going back and forth. There's a timeline. You probably already, if you're watching a replay, you already know about the timeline. Go and find the topic that you want to listen to it. But the best thing is to binge watch all this 5 hours in a row. You get the most out of it this way. So thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, and have a good day, and keep on empowering everybody.
Yes.
And I will see you in one of those events.
Yes.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye, Sabrina.
Bye.
So this brings all the 5 hours to the end. I hope you enjoyed it and binge watched it or watched just one different episode. Leave comments. See what you had to learn. One thing that I hope that you learn from those episodes and sessions today as well is to go with the moment and to learn that things don't always go the way you plan them to go, but you can always find the way to adjust the moment to what outcome you eventually want from it. You want positive outcome, and you can figure out any situation in your life how to create a positive outcome. So this is what I want to, those are the last words that I want to end this 5 hours. And all point to it is to help you have the knowledge to create the life that you truly enjoy. Have a good day. Thank you for watching.